less than a year and a half, he acquitted himself excellently. Fearless, erudite, articulate. Even though Ajahu was more experienced MP in terms of leadership, was his number 2. And Bagbin is now an institution. I don't expect that he would allow Parliament to become a rubber stamp for the executive. So even though John Mahama has an overwhelming majority, he got close to 6% of the vote, NDC has 2/3 and more, I expect Speaker Bagbin to try and preserve the sanctity and independence of Parliament. He will become a lot like Peter Alajete. I don't expect any conflict necessarily, but there are times where he will dig in. If you look at his posture, you listen to him throughout the years, he believes Parliament as an institution should be built in an image that helps a democracy, which is why I think there were some people in NDC who felt that he shouldn't have been repeated, because when people come to power, they want malleable media, malleable judiciary, malleable legislature. It's normal. Bagbin is unbending, a very strong-willed person, highly competent. So it will be an interesting Parliament, because even though NDC overwhelmingly has the majority, I'm very sure there will be occasions where Speaker Bagbin will make decisions to favor Parliament. This is one of my predictions. Number 2, the second big issue will be who to make the deputy speaker. Yeah, I think Selom explained that quite well in terms of the maneuverings in 2005 and how it cost NDC. If I look at the posture of NDC and the way they are fighting for every seat, they feel really hard done by the MPP in the past 4 years, particularly. If you listen to Kazilato forcing very carefully about his prosecution, I don't think MDC is going to give MPP any gifts. They've won overwhelmingly, but from the deputy minority leader Kofi Boa to Kazio, they both describe this as the worst government. I expect them to try and show MPP where power lies, at least from the beginning. Partly to assuage their very angry supporters who believe they've even left guard, because some of these supporters think they won 190 seats. So I don't think NDC will give MPP any favor. So it may even turn out, we are told Bernard Ahiafo will be the deputy speaker. It's very possible they may even make an independent member of Parliament the second deputy. And which is interesting, because when you listen to President Mahama talking to Nana Akufo-Addo this evening, when they met in the afternoon, it was very conciliatory, very cordial. These are two experienced politicians who know the game. But the maneuverings of Parliament is very different. So I think we should look out for the voting for speaker and the selection of deputy speakers. I think it's going to be very, very interesting. And I think the other more important question as well is who will lead the majority, because again, we've been told that these current executives on the minority side will lead temporarily, because I suspect a lot of them will become ministers. Then the tone of Parliament will be set by the personality that is chosen to actually the majority, probably in about 2 weeks. Because Mahama has said that he will choose his ministers in 2 weeks. So in 14 days, we'll have the full complement. And from there, they will start rearranging Parliament. So a lot of the matters in terms of the nature and character of this Parliament will be clearer probably by end of January. So I don't think NDC will play their hand now. MPP took a risk by playing their hand. We know it's Apenyo Makin. We know it's Mama Patricia Acheje. Political maneuvering-wise, I think NDC will wait. And they may pull a very interesting surprise for who they choose as majority leader in terms of wanting to use, because, final point, for a one-term president who has to be replaced by competition, who is in the middle of an IMF program, he effectively has 2.5 years. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on President Mahama. So I expect him to choose somebody for his majority leader who will facilitate his very ambitious policies to make them happen within 2 years. Because by the 3rd year, all focus will be on who replaces him. There will be no coherence in government. So you expect a Mahama insider to lead the majority side to try and push through all the things he wants to do. So watch this space in the next 2 weeks. A lot will happen.
Okay, let's look at the people who are likely to support Speaker Bagbin in terms of the deputies. Names are being, bundled around. Let me start with you, Selom. I'm sure you've heard some names and all that.
Sure. We've had a few names. So, of course, what is quite obvious is Bernard Ahiafo is a lawyer, very good lawyer, and I hear he's one of the top brains in Parliament when it comes to legislative drafting. Indeed, I hear himself and Chairman Sabonsu. And indeed, my good friend George Lowe in his time was also one of those guys. But I hear in the last Parliament, then I hear for Chairman Sabonsu were the key guys anytime it came to legislative drafting. And that's key for an institution like Parliament. And so even though he was in the minority, you understand he was used a lot by the guys in the majority to help them work on drafts, etc. His name is come up. But you see, it's a representational thing. So Benahia for that solves the voter region problem. So you have Speaker Babin who solves maybe the northern problem, and the executive ticket itself has no representation from the voter region, which is a key part of everything.
Yeah, for them.
So northern is represented there as well in John Mahama, and the Fanti question is answered, or the account question perhaps is answered. So I think the workings of the NDC, or maybe the thinking, should be that they need to satisfy a core group of their base, which is in the voter region. Even before Haruna became minority leader, we saw some maneuverings in the voter regional caucus where they proposed Aveji as a guy to lead the minority because they had stood with the government or with the party, and they contributed the most number of MPs, for the minority caucus at the time. But a few things happened. Haruna emerged as a leader, of course, with word from Cletus Avoka and Co, who said that the parliament required somebody who understood law, and Haruna was a lawyer, blah, blah, blah. Haruna eventually emerged as a minority leader. And then Aveji was made to deputize him, solving the voter question again. So I think in this sense, Ahiafo solves that question. He's competent in his own right. He's a lawyer. He's good. He's had some experience. I think he succeeded Dua Jaho. So if for nothing at all, he succeeded as speaker. So perhaps there's some there's some traces of speakership in that seat. Perhaps he brings that to the table. Yeah. Perhaps he learned from Dua Jaho. So he answers that question. The second deputy speaker will be quite interesting. The convention really has been that normally the opposition party takes it. The constitution is clear that the two deputies must not come from the same party. I think Article 96 or so. The two deputies must not come from the same party. What we saw in 2005 was interesting. When the majority at the time told the minority guys that do not propose anybody. If you propose somebody, we will take the second deputy speakership away from you. That second deputy speakership at the time was to be given to Kenjirasa because he had, in the previous parliament, acted as the first deputy speaker. So, true to their words, when they opposed Bejina Sechi Hughes' ascension to the speaker role, and it was time to propose a first deputy speaker, of course, they proposed Freddie Blay. And if you watch it on that day, quickly, Kenjirasa was a guy who stood to second it, thinking that everything was fine. So when it came for the second deputy speakership, now they proposed a guy from Yendi, Malik Yakubu, who at some point in the Kufuor first term was the interior minister, but had to resign because of the Yendi matters. He was proposed as the second deputy speaker of parliament. It went through. They put it to a vote. He won. So he became the second deputy speaker of parliament. Mm-hmm. What was interesting was that the two deputies, they don't come from one party. Freddie Blay was from the CPP, whilst Malik Yakubu was from the MPP. Now, there are a number of independent candidates in there. Mm-hmm. So if the way things are playing out, if we are to look at it from that side, it's possible that an independent candidate could be pushed to the position of second deputy speaker. We have 4 independent candidates in parliament. I think 2 of them are from the NDC stock. The guy from Afram Plains, in the north or south, and then the guy from Woolensea. The guy from Afram Plains is a lawyer, which puts him in a good position. A+ would love it, but I'm not sure if that could be given to him.
Yeah, we are being told.
Gentleman, we are told, has said he will caucus with NDC.
Yes.
Oh, he will caucus with NDC?
Yeah, but of the 4, I know certainly that the Afram Plains North is a lawyer. Mm-hmm. The Woolensea guy is a businessman. Mm-hmm. And then the MPP gentleman is whose profession I do.
Okay.
So it's going to be an
And
interesting.
A plus is a what? Is an entertainment.
A+ is an
Is
entertainment
a creative
person.
guy.
It's from a creative
yeah.
side.
So for me, it will be interesting. I wish.
And they are all first timers.
Yes, they are first timers. I wish they could give it to the MPP to continue in the tradition. But given the acrimony we saw in the last parliament and things we are seeing around, the NDC may want to show its muscles and say, okay, because you've done ABC, we will take this from you. But it would be nice to have the MPP represented there as a second deputy speaker. That would be nice. Yeah. That would really be nice.
But are there any MPP names that we could consider? Because you look at experience, because I think the speakership is an experience role. The MPP, as
but this guy, the former guy is still there. Now, properly
he's still there,
MPP.
yes.
Yeah.
Now
and,
MPP proper.
And the point I'm trying to make is the MPP side is not very many, less than 90. And because of the new standing orders, there are so many committees, so they're already overstretched. So it's going to be very, of course, there are some very good legislators, and we'll go through the list. There are some very expensive legislators there who qualify. But I also think if the NDC is magnanimous to give it to MPP, it also sets the tone for some type of cooperation. Because if Bababin says something, that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. He was speaking in parables. And I think his point is that you may have 2/3, but the way parliament works, if you really want to succeed, carry others along. All right. The last thing I'll say is that President Mahama himself has said that he will govern by consensus. He started advising Akufo-Addo to build consensus like 6 months before he went for the IMF program. If you listen to his campaign, it should be something they should try, because for me, having the MPP as a deputy speaker, it also brings them to the table. It's a bit like voting for MDCs. If you have some districts run by the opposition DCE, they have a stake in what happens. So I think that the calculation should not be just we want to show them where power lies, but let's put the nation first. And I think there are some very quality legislators on the MPP side who can help form a formidable team. Because as we saw,
you give us some of the names you think can do a great job from the MPP side.
I was just going through the list. Take Eastern Region. MP for Akim Swedru. He's been on the Road Transport Committee, sparring with Governor Saboja for many years. He's a good legislator.
I would say
Patrick Boama, if his issues are resolved,
behind
of course, because of the way the Okaikwe South is going, it may be acrimonious. But there are some really quality lawyers on the MPP side.
The Formula MP, now MPP proper, because he's had experience in the first parliament. So why not repeat him? Because
and he was independent before.
Now he's MPP.
Yeah.
So he's had experience.
But we need to ask NDC whether they think how is Isiama viewed among the NDC? Was he a fair? Because I can say that when Freddie Blay was speaker, I don't think the NDC was happy with him, because he was quite hawkish for MPP, which is how come they even eventually pushed him fully into MPP. But I don't know whether Isiama's conduct has been hawkishly MPP necessarily.
Well, you see, the first thing was that Freddie Blay was a first deputy speaker, and the first deputy speaker and the second deputy speaker, there's a bit of a difference. Second deputy speaker, you rarely get to even preside over the house. Siama, as we all know him, well, he was okay. But having said that, the dynamics are very different now. You see, you are taking decisions not based only on the fact that Parliament wants to take a decision. Parliamentarians got there by a political party. And the political party has a base. Sometimes it's dangerous not to listen to your base. Sometimes it's okay not to, depending on what you think you would get. Do not forget, but before then, let's also see that if Bernard Anyafo, for many should remember that he was actually going to be the second deputy speaker in the last parliament. In actual fact, he was a name that NDC wanted to choose. Then, by some twist of fate, it was given to Esiama. And do not forget that it was Muntaka who proposed Esiama. So there may have been some backroom negotiation at the time. So for Bernard, I agree with Selom. Bernard represents the Volta region. And so I had predicted long ago that if anybody was going to get that position, it was likely to be Bernard. But having said that, there are very experienced people also on the side of the on the MPP, and we'll see how it plays out. But if you ask me, my personal position and what I hear on the ground is that the NDC is not ready to cede to the NPP. But you know that before these decisions are finalized, a lot of talk goes on. And let me just also correct a certain impression. You see, in nominating or in asking that Speaker Gbagin be nominated or mandating, you see the word was he has mandated them to nominate Speaker Gbagin. Yeah. It is a product of a certain discussion.
Yeah. It's not out of the vacuum.
No, there is an advisory committee that is advising His Excellency the President-elect on appointments.
Yeah.
So you can be sure that that may be a product of that system. Whether we like it or not. Well, for the I don't know, for effect, some people think that then it should be seen as though some neutral body was elected. But whether we like it or not, it is always the President-elect whose consent must be bought in nominating a speaker. And you will remember that in the last election, before Right Honorable Gbagin was elected, all the MPs had a meeting with former President John Mahama. Okay. It was from that meeting that they came to the House and nominated Speaker Gbagin. So clearly nothing untoward has gone on. The reality is that whether we like it or not, the man whose consent must be sought is the President-elect. And he has just done that by saying, I give you the mandate to nominate Mr. So and so, and do it. But like we all know, it doesn't preclude others from nominating anybody. It doesn't.
But are we likely to see that tonight?
You see, in 2005, why nobody expected the Speaker Gbagin to nominate Speaker Alajeti. Nobody expected it, but it happened. So in this case, in the unlikely event, because as we sit here, we haven't heard that anybody was coming. In the unlikely event that there is a second nomination, the good thing is that it's not likely to fly at all, looking at the numbers on the floor. So for me, things will be made simpler if we just went and nominated Speaker Gbagin. And even with a voice vote, we should be able to confirm
If the NDC decide not to see the second majority slot, what kind of names are we likely to see?
Oh, there are 4 names, and it's likely that one of them would be.
Give us your names, and then the.
Well, I mean, as I said, there are 4 independent candidates. Okay. There are 4 independent candidates. No, are you saying the speakership?
Yeah, the deputy speakership.
Yeah, deputy speaker, as I said, here for has been.
No, not
the
for
second.
the second. Yeah.
No, the second. If NPP is not going to be considered, there are 4 independent candidates. And for me, I agree with Bernard when he says that Pelly tops my list. For the simple reason that he's a lawyer, he will understand things better, he will conduct the house better. Because
he's also an NDC member.
He's also an NDC member.
Because of primary disagreements, went and when I interviewed him, his argument was that if he hadn't run as independent, MPP would have won the seat.
Yeah.
Then he writes to the General Secretary to indicate his willingness to cooperate with the NDC side after the interview. So you can tell he's playing his cards very well. That look, I went in to save my party, because if I hadn't gone independent, Crosby would have lost. And if you look at the votes he got, it's quite clear that the MPP person would have made inroads. So he could have an argument. And usually independent candidates have only 1 term. Usually you don't stay independent for 2 terms. Yeah. Which is why Formina brought him back. So it's quite likely that if he plays along with the NDC, it will mean that then it prepares the ground for him to then get to go back again. Yeah. And as a lawyer trained in Canada, which is a common law jurisdiction with their English strength, I think he stands tall among the independent candidates. But I still think that you can also send the signal. Kennedy Osenyaku is a good guy from the Eastern region. I saw there are a couple of guys. I think it will most likely be Eastern or Ashanti if you look at the MPP side.
Yeah, but you see, with the MPP side, what you mentioned, Patrick Buama, who has issues.
Oh, Ahimedou
Yeah,
is a very experienced.
Yes, he's been chairman of Constitutional Legal
Since his fifth term. Highly respected. Sometimes when somebody is in parliament for a long time, they tend to get respect on the other side. All right, Ahimedou is a decent guy.
Yes, but all I'm saying is that there are two sides that is going to be played. There are the option of, well, let's play ball, let's be conciliatory and get the MPP. But I'm saying, and I'm not saying,
that's what it will be.
All I'm saying is that if you follow the sentiment on the ground, the foot soldiers are not in a mood.
They are not in the mood for
MPP.
So is it the tail wagging the dog? Don't you think at some point, for me, look, sometimes leadership, because of their clearer vision and their better understanding of what is at stake. Yeah. If you listen to President Mahama and Akufo-Addo talking today, if you see Julius Debra and Frema talking today, foot soldiers should watch it. These are people who are very clear in terms of the understanding statecraft. So it's not foot soldier sentiments that goes on.
Yeah, you see, Bernard.
So sometimes
I agree.
You have to lead from the front.
Yes, I agree.
You don't have to always lead.
Yes, I agree that you have to lead from the front sometimes. But you see, Bernard, you're also looking at the whole political spectrum. You are not just deciding that things must change because Ghana will be the better for it. Simplicity. You see, this is politics we are talking about. You are going to go back to these same foot soldiers in a few years to make a decision on you. Better still, I agree, some maybe engagement could have been done. But I'm saying that sometimes also you need to satisfy your base. Listen, if you bring in Peli, the good thing about it is that if you bring in Peli, as we speak, is not an NDC member. The constitution allows it. He's experienced. He's a lawyer. He's experienced. He's capable of doing it. That is one way. Then we can also say that we want an MPP around the table, and therefore let's get. But when it mattered most, they didn't want us around the table. That is one of the things you remember.
So the sentiment on the ground for NDC
yes. When it mattered most, they
give an independent candidate the second deputy.
They didn't want us around.
The NDC has a very huge mandate. A lot of that will chip away over time because you are always more popular before the nomination, than after the nomination because you will take decisions. Of course, the stagecraft thing Bernard is talking about, we saw that in 2017 or 2016, 2017, after the MPP won that election. It was the same thing, and it's how it will be. I mean, you don't have to be fighting. But after that so-called statecrafting, we saw how some elements of the NDC will argue they were treated. Okay, so that is just for the cameras. Okay, it's just for it. Now, the sentiments on the, like he's saying, I won't say they are calling for blood, but they want to retaliate, which may not necessarily be in the national interest. Yeah. But Mahama will also need that goodwill from the grassroots to carry him a bit far. So you don't want to be chipping away that goodwill now. I'm open for anything. They can decide to go with the independent. They may decide to go with the MPP too. I'm not expecting any magic or anything big. Any of them, I'm prepared for it. But it will be interesting how it plays out. There's been a talk about separation of powers. And I think sometimes we overemphasize separation of powers, okay? It's a doctrine. It's a doctrine put out by some jurists and some doctrinaires. It is not a watertight system. So we say the judiciary must be independent. But the president, who is executive or head of the executive, appoints the Supreme Court justices and the Chief Justice. What is separation of powers?
In consultation with Parliament.
Of course, all of that, but it's a very rare occasion. So it's the same thing. So talking about the so-called endorsement or nomination by Babin by Mahama, I think it's the same thing. In any case, in the NDC constitution, Mahama is the leader of the party. So if we want a party, it to be a party decision. It's not derogated from that. It is still a party decision. Only that he is now president-elect. Not president yet. He's not president-elect. So speaking about it being a party decision, it is still a party decision. You get my point? So separation of powers is good. It's the way to go. But it is never watertight. Speaker of Parliament, all of that. Even Ghana, majority of MPs by constitution are to be, majority of ministers are to be taken from Parliament. Where is separation of powers? So you know, it's an interesting concept, but we have to apply it, you know, in a way that will make our system make sense, really. I think that's what it is.
Okay, so this is our special coverage of the inauguration of the 9th Parliament. We'll give you a bit of some sights and sounds from the chamber proper. Let's take you quickly to the chamber to see how things are. It's pretty empty. Nobody
has gone to
you know,
sit
4
anywhere.
years ago by now, the your side had come in a bus, all in white. You know,
When voters decide, it's easy. So now nobody's in a hurry.
but today it's very quiet. You know, nobody's in a hurry, like Bernard is saying. We're just seeing about 3 or 4 legislators in the chamber proper. So as and when they are ready, we'll take you there. But gentlemen, let's look at the leaders for both sides, the names that have been presented. Since we are talking about the party that is coming into government, we can look at the incoming majority side. They have for now maintained their leaders. Why so? You are inside. What's happening?
Well, because as Bernard had indicated earlier, there is a time frame to do a lot of things. Some of the frontliners, you are sure, are people who are very experienced. But also because of this constitutional imperative that certain number of them should come from Parliament, you are looking at putting some of your best foot forward. And for instance, when you look at the caliber of people on our French bench, at least they are guys who have the experience. And I think apart from
So there's
Atu Forcing, there's Ama Kufibwa, yes, and then the second, then Ahmed
Ibrahim
Banda, yes.
So it's a nice region.
It's a
Central
nice
region, Western region, Volta region, Greater Accra region, and then Bono region.
Yes. So I'm sure that at least 1 or 2 may go the ministerial way.
Okay.
Is it 1 or 2 or 3 or 4?
Well, I'm just but you must also take into consideration the fact that in our last leadership shake-up, a lot of permutations came up. A lot of people suggested that the mode of selection must change.
Okay.
We have a new crop of people in Parliament. Maybe it's also a time for more consultation.
Okay.
So we are not in a hurry. As you yourself have said, the president would be possibly rolling out his full team in about 2 weeks. Within that time, a lot of things will be taken into consideration. And I keep saying that, you see, Vivian, the challenge we have as a party today is that as many 13 regions have delivered emphatically. So it is not one of those things that you say, oh, this you brought only 2, so you can be overlooked in these things. You would need to negotiate properly, so that you satisfy all those who need to be satisfied.
Okay.
So it's not a decision that is going to be made lightly.
Okay. We'll come back to that discussion, but let me introduce Vincent Safwa. He's the MP for Old Tafo into the conversation. Welcome, Honorable.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Let me quickly pick your thoughts on your expectations tonight as you prepare to be sworn in for the 9th Parliament.
Well, I think that is going to be an interesting Parliament, especially if you want to juxtapose that with what we just dissolved. The numbers are interestingly distinguishable if you want to compare the 2 parliaments. It is unfortunate that the New Patriotic Party do not have the strength in its numbers as compared to the 7th and the 8th Parliament. And so it's a Herculean task. But this is when I think that the New Patriotic Party, if we are able to show unity and force, can drum home the interests of the Ghanaian people by way of constructive criticism. Not criticism that is just mere criticism, but one that will advance the cause of development, one that will advance the cause of democracy. And I think that that is what the Ghanaian people are expecting from us. And that is exactly what we are also going to give to the Ghanaian people. And so my expectations are that tonight we should be able to elect a Speaker of Parliament as per the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. We should be able to elect Deputy Speakers of Parliament as per the Constitution of Ghana. And when I say elect Deputy Speakers of Parliament, we are electing Deputy Speakers of Parliament who should not belong to the same party.
Okay.
If anybody has any intent to find a way to get two people probably from the same party, it is not going to work.
And so you are going to resist that?
If anybody says that we are going to get an independent party who is going to caucus with the NDC and elect that person, it is not going to work. The phrase of the Constitution is that they should not belong to the same political party. What that means is that if an independent candidate who so wishes to be a second deputy speaker wants to be a second deputy speaker, if I should put it that way, that candidate should be able to caucus with the opposite political party. Because an independent candidate, properly so called, in my estimation, cannot be a deputy speaker. You have to caucus with one before you can now qualify, because the Constitution says political party, not an independent candidate. So that is my understanding. So I hope that is going to be a discussion, or if you like, a show of understanding of what the Constitution actually says. I do not expect that the MPP will be shortchanged in this.
But for what we are picking, it's likely to be the case. With your numbers, what can you do to stop that?
So I'm saying that an independent candidate, properly so called, is not a political party. Article 96 of the Constitution says that these two persons should not belong to the same political party.
Yes.
So ab initio, an independent candidate is disqualified. You see what happened in 2020 or 2021?
Yeah.
2021. It was Muntaka who actually nominated Esiama. So what that means is that, to their understanding, they had already made Esiama to caucus with them and they supported it. So he did not come in by virtue.
I mean, quickly, I was discussing this on the side with Selom when he was here.
Bernard is here to understand what I'm saying, because you don't understand what I'm saying.
You see, vintage MPP. Vintage MPP. When it suits them, it's good.
Okay.
When it doesn't suit them, they now begin to introduce.
Hold on, Bernard, have you read the Constitution? If you read the Constitution, Article 96, what does it say? It says that the two deputy speakers of Parliament
should not come from the same political party.
I'm suggesting to you, it's an independent candidate, a political party.
So let's answer it simply.
No, you have not even answered.
Let's answer it simply.
Yes.
In 2021,
yes,
the first deputy was Joe Osewusu.
Yes.
He's from MPP.
Yes.
Esiama was an independent candidate.
Yes.
So the two of them were not from the same political party.
Yes, but you see, you have to caucus with one first.
One of them.
No, caucus is not the same as being.
With the MPP.
Being from a political party is not the same as caucusing.
No, what I'm saying.
Caucusing is about majority, minority.
Yes.
A political party. That's why when an independent party joins a political party,
yes,
he forfeits his
seat.
seat.
So on what basis the Esiama becomes second deputy speaker?
No, I'm saying that the constitution itself is simple. If you join a political party as an independent, you forfeit your seat because you came non-aligned.
Yes.
So that non-alignment means you are not from the same political party as either MPP or NDC. So independent candidate qualifies.
No, I don't interpret it that way. Okay. Per my interpretation, per my understanding, the independent candidate does not qualify.
Until the caucuses.
Yes.
But in
Until
2021,
the caucuses.
but in 2021, Esiama caucus with
So
MPP.
No, hold on.
Yeah.
No, you didn't know. Listen, before Esiama was nominated, it was Muntaka who nominated him. Please, just go and check.
Yeah.
It was Muntaka.
Yeah, but
Muntaka.
but in
it was not the New Patriotic Party who nominated him.
but in 2005,
So that means that
Alban Babin nominated Alajete. That doesn't mean
2005.
Alban Babin,
Yes.
who was the minority leader,
Yes.
nominated Alajete.
Yes.
But that didn't
As
mean
what? As a speaker.
yeah. So they were not on the
It's
same
different-
side.
no, no,
So the fact that he's
the
nominated
speaker
doesn't
is
mean-
different from
The deputies.
deputy speakers.
No, I'm saying that the fact that Muntaka nominate him
Yes.
does not mean he's on the same side as
No,
him.
that's different. The speaker is different. That's for the speaker.
I'm talking about the second
For the
deputy.
Muntaka one, for the deputies.
So if Muntaka nominates Esiama, does it mean that Muntaka and Esiama are on the same
It
side?
means that the NDC caucus at the time had accepted him as one of their own because the MPP could not have nominated Esiama because we had already nominated Joe Wise, who is a member of the MPP.
Esiama was there because he was the only independent candidate, and once NDC unexpectedly won the speakership,
Did you go there by the fact that he's an independent candidate?
he
Or did
was the
MPP
logical conclusion.
No,
Because as soon as they nominated Bagbin and he won unexpectedly, the calculation changed.
But I'm saying that the calculation will change, or the calculation will only change if you have what you call the first deputy speaker or a second deputy speaker who, as it were, are from the same political party. But you see, when it says they should come from the same political party, in my understanding, okay, an independent candidate does not qualify.
Really?
Yes, unless, of course, yes, my understanding, unless, of course, that person is accepted by a political party at that time, because remember, before that election is done, okay, the Speaker of Parliament is yet to be sworn in as such, and members of Parliament has also not been sworn in, so we are not members of Parliament properly so called. You get my point. So my understanding is that before someone can become a deputy speaker from the independent candidate fold, that person might have or must have joined a political party first, or might have joined a caucus first.
A caucus.
A caucus, yes,
caucus.
might have joined a caucus first.
Not a
Visa-
party.
visa-
Yes,
hang
a
on.
caucus first. Before that caucus can nominate you to be part
Of that.
Of that.
You are
That is
saying
my
no.
understanding.
You see, let's look at these things carefully. Now, at the time Muntaka nominated Esiama, was he had become a member of Parliament, and he had, before he even became a member of, before he was sworn in, he had said that he was caucusing with the
The
MPP. It was,
He has said it outside Parliament.
please,
but on the floor of
please,
Parliament,
judicial notice would have been taken about that.
Oh no.
That and
not
Muntaka
about
didn't
taking
say
judicial notice.
that we're nominating him as a member of the NDC. Any member, just as the NDC nominated Peter Alajete. In fact, as we speak, MPP can decide to nominate anybody to be speaker or anybody
Of
to be
course,
president.
that is no doubt.
So clearly, that is not. Secondly, now what do we see? They said how that the new standing orders. It defines an independent member means a person who was elected to Parliament not on a ticket of a political party.
Absolutely.
Then it defines independent caucus means a group of members of not less than 7 independent members sitting, sharing a common interest with a view of promoting a common cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So at the close of it,
So it means if you're not up to 7 or 8,
please,
you cannot
please,
have an
please,
independent caucus.
please.
Caucus, that's right.
Bottom
Which
line
he
is
said already.
bottom.
Are you listening?
You see, bottom line is that they are saying that whatever shades of ideas you have on the floor of Parliament, make sure that the 2 deputy speakers reflect the various shades on the floor. That is the interpretation that can be given to it. Other than that, then what is the use of an independent candidate in Parliament? You are deriving him from his ability to hold any position. And the Constitution cannot, by any stretch of imagination, be looking at that. And the standing orders, by no stretch of imagination, can be looking at that. Parliament is made up of shades. Please, wait. Wait.
Listen, I'll allow you to react to what he said when he's done.
Parliament is made up of various shades. The independent candidate says that my view does not necessarily reflect the
The two sides, yeah.
So clearly, you cannot say that because he doesn't share your views, he cannot hold an elective position in the House. So clearly, you cannot, by any stretch of imagination, say that because the Constitution says that from another party. What is a party? A group. Yes.
So you are saying, in this case, these four are from a different group.
Yes.
Once they are not from MPP or NDC.
They are not from NDC, but they represent a certain shade.
So the active intent is that they should not be from the same party.
Yes, that is all.
So being independent is from a different.
Yes, it's being
Interesting.
You are from a different group.
But
you are not inflecting any
I
party.
think we have
you are holding your own.
we have a few hours to find out, because the other point he makes echo is that the foot soldiers want an independent candidate. While
But I am saying that the
some of the
president,
experienced MPs want
the president
an
is
MPP
that.
person. So
But
it's
I'm saying that
the
per Article
president is
96, an independent candidate does not qualify.
Please, the
does not
president that's what I'm
qualify.
telling you,
Ab initio.
it's vintage MPP. This is
Unless the
all
person
they do.
caucus.
Bottom line is that an independent candidate has been elected as second deputy speaker of this.
No,
of
you
this
can't
house.
be overly simplistic.
So
You are being simplistic.
clearly, the president is there.
Is there.
And the president is there because he was nominated. He could have been nominated from any side, and it wouldn't have made any difference.
But Bernard, do you see that even the freedom of the independent candidate, as per his own reading from the standing orders, has been taken away from him or her from joining, or if you like, from being part of an independent caucus by virtue of the fact that they are not up to 7. You get that point? His freedom has been taken away from him because
One
Esiama was only one.
This standing orders
Wasn't
not
It's
there.
a new one.
Yes,
Yeah.
this is a new standing orders.
Okay.
So your freedom has been taken away from you, even if you decide
So let me
not
ask
to
you a
join any of
question.
them.
If the guy from
You are-
Asante
you are
Akim,
forced
the guy
to
from
be part
Asante
of any of
Akim
them. I
North,
understand.
who was an MPP member who went independent against and the Akubi,
Yes,
if MPP were to caucus with him,
yes.
could he qualify?
He will qualify, but
Because he will not be from Ahiafo's side.
absolutely.
But what about A plus? A plus is independent from Goma Central.
Yeah.
He hasn't said which party he supports.
Yes.
Would he qualify?
He will not qualify unless he caucus
He
with the political
caucuses.
party.
So he has to decide where he stands.
Yes,
before.
before.
Wow. That's
You
the way
see-
you understand
you see-
the standing
you
order.
see-
That's the
You
constitution.
see,
This one, this guy can explain it.
Let me read the constitution for you.
It's not
Maybe
about-
I may have to read the constitution for you to
you see,
understand
I am
what it
saying
says
that,
over there.
my position is very simple. There are various, whatever
Bernard.
they want to do is that all the shades of opinion in parliament should be respected. And so, where you have an independent candidate, he also is there. He says he's independent minded. You understand? Even where you caucus. It
Caucus
doesn't-
is not a party.
No, it's not a
because
party.
if caucus were a party, if you caucus,
Either
you
you
lose your
sit
seat.
with them,
Because it's very clear.
and you know
from
that
the-
an independent
And
candidate,
can
you
an
caucus
independent
with them, but
party
you don't
also
vote for
qualify?
them.
Can an independent party also qualify as a political party? Because you see, this is Article 96B. It says that there shall be 2 deputy speakers of parliament. A, B. The B says that both of whom shall not be members of the same political party. Both of whom shall not be members of the same political party. So my understanding is that before an independent candidate can qualify to hold the office of a deputy speaker, you should have been able to qualify as per Article 96B of the 1992 Constitution, properly so called, to be within the range of what a political party is or what a political caucus is in parliament. So you yourself, as an independent candidate, does not qualify ab initio per the intent and premise of the Constitution
Listen,
of the
can you
Republic
raise
of
your
Ghana,
mic a bit?
that you do not qualify to be a deputy speaker of parliament. You only qualify if you decide to caucus with any of the caucuses of, if you like, the political parties in parliament.
Maybe
I am not.
What I wanted to ask was,
Yeah.
based on what you know,
Yes.
does MPP have somebody they will put up for second deputy or first deputy?
No, that I cannot sit here and say. But I'm only saying that if anybody has this in the contemplation of his mind, that they are going to put forward an independent candidate as a second deputy speaker without necessarily having or making sure that the person caucus with a political party opposite the one that is the first deputy speaker of parliament ab initio, that is not possible. It's flawed, and that is illegal.
Well, I'm also hearing that there's a strong view that Isiama should be giving the second deputy. That's what I'm hearing.
So,
I don't know what you guys
think. So it is possible Isiama can be maintained if the party so decides. But if he is maintained, it means that the party will also have to vote. That is, NDC, MPP, and all members of parliament will have to give our blessing to him. If they go for the vote and the NDC with their majority says that it is not possible, the vote is lost.
Well, this is an interesting interpretation.
I was raising this with Solomon, but I still think that you must, what is it called? When you are talking about constitutional issues, the first line is that what was the intention of the framers of the Constitution? At the time they were putting those words there, what was their mind? All their mind was that Parliament should be such that not all the people will come from one side, or one shade of the house. Everybody should have a stake in it.
In the interpretation.
In this case, independent candidates are also members of Parliament. They belong to a shade of opinion,
but not political parties.
Okay, listen, we know you have to leave, so your final words and then you can go.
So my final words are that it's going to be an interesting parliament. We are going to make sure that the laws of this country is adhered to. Nobody will usurp the powers of this country. Nobody is going to be allowed to misinterpret the constitution the way it suits them. We are going to make sure that on the floor of parliament, the law is the one that is giving all of us the power or the mandate to be sworn in as members of parliament, deputy speakers of parliament, and the speaker of parliament. The same law will have to be adhered to.
There was a report in the news that when the new minority leadership was proposed, some people did not agree. They even quote Ayew Afriyie as being part of a faction that wanted a different leadership set. You are from the Ashanti caucus. Any thoughts on the front bench in terms of how formidable it is? Was it discussed? Was it an easy
It was
decision?
discussed. It's a formidable bench. You don't rock the boat in these circumstances, and all of us have given our blessings to the leadership that we have now. Afenyo Makin is our leader. He has the 100% support of the members. We are going to support him. Anodom Press, the chief whip. We are going to support him. Mama Pa, the deputy minority leader. We are going to support him. It's a unanimous decision from the bench. From the members of parliament. Because you see, in 2021, when I came to parliament, I couldn't have been given the mandate, or if you like, the chance necessarily or properly so called to make decisions on leadership that I do not even know or have not even worked with them before. So the proper thing to do is to allow members of parliament who are already in, that is the 8 members of parliament, to, as it were, make pronouncement, make contributions as to the kind of leadership that we have, because we have been working with them on the floor of parliament. No, I don't think that Afenyo Makin has failed as a leader. I think that Afenyo Makin, in the circumstances, tried his best to make sure that he hold the party together.
But now you are more experienced than some, because now you are in your second term. A lot of the guys coming are fresh, so you also be teaching some of them the maneuverings, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, that is how it's supposed to be.
But one of your leaders, Jerry, is a new MP.
Yes, he's going to learn very quick on the job.
Learn quickly on
Today,
the job.
I saw him following Anodom Pre, and I loved it. Everywhere Anodom Pre was going, I saw him following. So clearly, he is somebody who has now accepted. Who thinks that I have to learn. And within the short time, if he learns, will he even be better than people who have been there in the second and the third term?
When he was MP, he was a first-time MP, but he was so formidable that I remember when he lost his primaries. In an interview, one of the leaders of parliament was mourning that this guy was on his way to becoming a fine legislator. He was deputy to Bagbin on some very important committee. So it's not really about whether you are fresh or not. Sometimes your freshness gives you the eagerness to want to work hard, which is what we are seeing in some of the new faces coming. But certainly you are an experienced guy now.
Sincerely excited about Jerry, because I've known him as a lawyer. I've known him as a friend. He's a sharp guy. I mean, no two ways about it. So I see.
All right, Vincent, thank you so much for your time. So that's Vincent. So this is our special coverage of the inauguration of the 9th Parliament. We're doing this via Channel 1 TV as well as Citi 97.3 FM. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
ready for a show that the whole family can enjoy? Join us on our fun educational adventures as we discover interesting places, meet amazing people like a pilot, a soap maker, a chocolate maker, and more. That's not all. You will learn about our culture, explore musical instruments, symbols, and cloth, learn all about kente, gather around and listen to our folk tales and discover the interesting history behind our stories.
Wow, this show is really informative.
Yeah! We'll also have fun experiments. Whoa! And lots of art activities.
Look at my spider.
So beautiful.
You definitely don't want to miss the Wonder Space Show with Miss Natalie.
Wonder Space!
Watch the Wonder Space Show on Saturdays at 12 noon only on Channel 1 TV.
Get ready for a day of gratitude and nostalgia at the Swesco Annual All-Year Group's Thanksgiving and Remembrance Service. Join us on Sunday, January 19th, 2025 at the ICGC Christ Temple, Aboseokai, Inaugural at 2 p.m. The service will also mark the launch of the 66th anniversary celebrations of Swesco. Wear your Swesco cloth and be part of this special gathering. Contact your year group president for further details. Let's make this a day to remember. See you there.
Life is a celebration of moments, big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Congratulations.
Me are very, very okay.
Sophia Cha.
What's it?
Medibone.
I want to be your grass out. Fear papa when you are here. What's it? I just sleep on there. So, our Emma, Emma, socket. Trusted by blood.
Get ready for a day of gratitude and nostalgia at the Swesco Annual All-Year Group's Thanksgiving and Remembrance Service. Join us on Sunday, January 19th, 2025 at the ICGC Christ Temple, Aboseokai, Inaugural at 2 p.m. The service will also mark the launch of the 66th anniversary celebrations of Swesco. Wear your Swesco cloth and be part of this special gathering. Contact your year group president for further details. Let's make this a day to remember. See you there.
This is Channel 1 TV as well as Citi 97.3 FM. We are bringing you our special coverage of the inauguration of the 9th Parliament. My name is Vivian Kai, local here with Bernard Avler, George Lowe, as well as Richard Sky. Earlier you had Vincent Asafwa, who is the MP for Old Tafo, and also you had and saw Selam Adono. We'll continue the program with Bernard Avler, George Lowe, as well as Richard Sky. So, gentlemen, it's been an interesting, election. We've seen members of parliament elected, but there are still some issues with some with regards to them being given the green light to operate as MPs. But before we look at that, I want us to give viewers and listeners an idea of some of the MPs we are seeing for this new dispensation. I think we can start with Greater Accra because it's one of the regions that you have 2 or so MPs having issues with regards to their election. So let's start with Greater Accra region. Let's give viewers some of the people there. Bernard, who are some of the people there?
Out of the 34 seats, 33 have been determined. The only outstanding is Ablekuma North, where the collation is still happening. But from the 33 we know, NDC has 28, MPP has 5. So if you see the MPs who have the green background are all NDC MPs. So with the exception of Tema Central, Trobu, Wejak Bawe, and then then Anyaso
just 3.
The rest so far are all for NDC. Some of the people on the screen, in terms of experience, the MP for Ladekotopon is not a first timer. It's now Odole Soa. Indeed, the coastal MPs for the NDC are predominantly 2-timers. Ayiku is second time for Teshi. Retana Odole Soa, former MCE, in her second term as well. Zaneto in her third term as well. She's also a coastal MP. On the screen now, the most experienced MP is the Ernest Nogwe, a procurement professional who's, I think, getting into his third term, which is Sky. He took over from the lawyer Agbeshi. He's done quite a fine job. I think the biggest story on the screen, there are 2, Dome Kwabinya and Ayaso Westwogon, because Dome Kwabinya was the largest MPP heist, and for Stinali Makurugu to come in and win it for NDC by a very small margin, less than 500 votes, that tells you that NDC will be very, very excited about Faustina Elikli Makurugu winning Dome Kwabinya from no mean a person than Mike Okoye Jr. I think John Seto Dumelo as well is an interesting addition to Parliament, beating the Minister for Sanitation, Lydia Seram Al-Hassan. So there are quite a number of interesting people here. The La MP, and Adomako, I heard him on TV. He also beat a Minister for Gender, right? And then Kwekuado as well, beating Esla Owusu. So a lot of giant killers on here. Most of them are freshers. Ododio is a fresher. Botiano is a fresher. Ablekuma West is a fresher. Please go back to the first one. I just want to finish that. So on this screen, we have about 5 freshmen on the screen with a few second timers. If you come to the second Greater Accra list, Vivian, the 5 MPP are the ones down there. Jerry Ahmed Shaib, who's going to be the second whip for the minority. Charles Forson in that contentious Tema Central. Patrick Buama Okankwe Central. Gloria Usu Trobu. And then Emmanuel Tobin. The rest are all NDC. And in terms of experience, NDC has a lot. Okovandapoy, Ablekuma South, former mayor, Francis Xavier Soso is carving out a niche for himself in legislative advocacy. Comfort Doyo Gansa is a deputy leader in terms of the website. Adan is comfortable for her. Even Yusuf Jaja, Ayawaso North, MTN, they call him Ayawaso East. They've been there for this, their second or third. Samonate George, now Momolate, also quite experienced. So it's a lot of experience on any side. Even Linda Oklu, former MC for Tema, Odamten Isaac Ashai, an interesting coastal. So a lot of the coastal NDC MPs are in their second term. Tema West for the first time falling to NDC. James Enu as well. Abdul Latif is in the second term for Ablekuma Central. And then Mohammed Ramadan also for the first time. Adenta having a repeat. So for the NDC people on this panel, even for Greater Accra alone, you have a very strong mix of MPs, and I think Mahama is going to have a headache, a very serious migraine, deciding who to appoint for what, because this guy.
Let me bring in the Honorable Minta Akando, the MP for Traboso. I mean, we're talking about Mahama having a headache and picking ministers. I want to pick his thoughts because we've heard his name being bundled around in terms of ministerial positions. Which one are you likely to get?
I thought you were going to welcome me well. So I don't envy President Mahama's position at all. It's a very difficult position, but I think that he's going to do the right thing. He's been the president for some time. He's been the vice president. He's been in opposition for 8 years. He's worked with all of us. He knows everybody and your capacity. So I'm of the strongest conviction that he's going to choose people in the interests of the country. He's going to do well.
You are going for health?
Well, I don't know about that.
But he's a farmer.
Or you want to do deputy agric or agric?
I don't know
substantive?
about that. I don't know about that.
I know you play around it, but what are your expectations for tonight?
Well, it's a very simple constitutional work we are going to do. We are going to dissolve the 8th Parliament. Once the 8th Parliament is dissolved, the first thing we'll be doing is to elect the Speaker of the 9th Parliament, of which His Excellency the President John Dramani Mahama has called on us to nominate Right Honorable Speaker Aban Babin to be elected as the Speaker of the 9th Parliament. After that, we will then be electing the first Deputy Speaker and the second Deputy Speaker.
Which ones are you going for? For the second deputy and the first deputy?
For the deputy speaker, for the first deputy speaker, for now, I can tell you that Honorable Ahiafo will contest for the first deputy speaker.
And second?
Well, I'll hold on for now.
So there's an interesting development around that position, isn't there?
Well, we don't have to unveil all our strategies. So for now, I can tell you these two.
Well, what do you say with the incoming minority saying that if you attempt to bring in somebody from your side for the second deputy, they will resist that move?
How are they going
because
to
that's an illegality.
How are they going to resist? How you may tell me? Well, the constitution is clear. We do not have to pick the first deputy speaker and the second deputy speaker from the same party. That is clear. That is not ambiguous. So I don't foresee us doing that at all. But so, we don't have only two political parties in the chamber.
Yes, there's
so
some independent candidates.
Well,
that you are trying to pull to your side.
So by now, I think that their posture should be different from what you are telling me. Not to be throwing their weight around. So let's all start this new parliament, the 9th Parliament, with the heart of coming to serve Ghanaians. And nobody should attempt to threaten anybody. Nobody should attempt to throw any threat here and there. And so that is why I will wait for them to do whatever they want to do. Then we come up with the next strategy.
Ask him a question.
Sure, go ahead.
You swept Western North Parliament. There was only one.
One, yeah.
What is shocking for me was that usually it was Sefiu also that MPP tends to do well. But for some reason, they won Swaman.
They were even lucky.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were even lucky because Swaman, we had a member of parliament in Swaman.
So how come they won Swaman? MPP won Swaman?
We had 9 seats in all in Western North, and at the end of the day, they've gotten 1. So it's okay.
Because Western North is supposed to be an NDC stronghold, but as George said, regions like Western Region, Bono have delivered for NDC to a point that it makes nonsense of even your stronghold now. Because, for example, the whole Bono region, MPP has only 1 seat. Ahafo, they have only 1. Bono is their only 1.
You know
that type of World Bank status that you used to have has even been matched by many
at
regions.
the moment, I personally, and that's my humble opinion, I no longer believe in stronghold.
Okay.
And I have this sense since 2020.
Okay.
And so we should watch it. For me, if the NDC is able to go into every election with the right strategy and with a set of questions to take, we'll do better going forward. So the issue of this is my stronghold and this is not my stronghold, I think
it doesn't hold anymore.
Yeah, no. No.
I see.
So there are constituencies where we lost in the difference of about 17,000, and this time we've won them. And there are constituencies even in Western North. There are constituencies we have won over 6,000, 10,000 vote difference. And though we have won, but we have won marginally with about 200 votes.
So the electoral map has changed.
So please,
the sentiment has.
If you still believe in this is your stronghold and this is not my stronghold, then we are leaving you behind.
I wanted you to comment on what we have on the screen.
Yeah.
On the seat are the Western North MPs.
Yeah.
So Frederick Addy is the MP for Suaman. Samson Nahi is obviously the most experienced on this.
Yeah.
I'm told that the constituency that you are in, it was a split.
Exactly. So it was Bodi, and in fact, ideally, we used to have 2 constituencies, now has been divided into 6.
Really?
Wow.
So the whole of, Draboso, Bia East, Bia West used to be one constituency. Bodi, Draboso, Bia East, Bia West, the 4 used to be one constituency. Okay, so they divided it into Draboso and then Bia. That's the first one. Then they further divided Bia into Bia East and Bia West, and now Bodi and Draboso. So Honorable Samson, he was the member of the then Draboso constituency, and so
can we say from the personalities there, he's the most experienced?
Yes, for now he's our senior most.
Richard Champon is also quite known.
Yeah, so I came with Richard, so this is his 4th time, and this is my 4th time.
And Seshuyu also has been tricky for NDC for a while.
Yes, so now it's his first time. Mustafa, this is his first term.
Okay.
Then you come to Draboso, this is my 4th term.
Wow.
Then you come to your Bodi, this is his 6th term.
6th term.
Yeah, this is his 6th term. Then you go to Awonwi, this is his 2nd term. Then you go to Babiani Ariaso Bekwai constituency. This is his first time. We've lost the seat for about more than 16 years ago.
So you just captured it back. Last question. When I went to your region, I went from the Western region. You can tell the difference. Yeah. Western region is greener, better development. Western North really look deprived. Yeah. Now that you have your own region since 2018, I suspect your people are desperate for more development. Yeah. And as an MP, even in opposition, there's pressure on you. Yeah, now true. That the NDC has won, what kind of pressure does it put on a legislator from the Western North region?
Yeah, you see, the politics we see in the urban areas is quite different from what is in the rural areas. In my constituency and in any other rural constituency, if you go and campaign that I'm going to parliament to make laws for you, you lose the election. Oh, that means I can speak, so I can make better laws for you, so vote for me to go to parliament. You lose the elections. So they want to hear you promise development. And basically, rural constituencies, we are looking at water, we are looking at good roads, we are looking at rural electrification, we are looking at good schools, we are looking at good hospitals, the basic ones. That's what we are looking at.
If they behave like this guy who went to make laws, they will lose.
He was a fantastic lawmaker. And we used to have a conversation. I was always telling him that in this house,
it's not about laws alone.
Not about laws alone. It's not about laws alone. So you have to, I keep telling some of my, the younger ones and the new ones, that if you want to become a member of parliament, you have a lot of things to balance. You have a lot of things. You have to balance it with the consistency work. You must be on the grounds. You have to be a good legislator on the floor of the house, because at some point in time, your constituent will tell you that we don't hear from you in parliament. So you must speak as well. They must hear your opinion on important issues in the country.
Wonderful.
So you just don't have to make laws, or you just don't have to be going to the court. You have to balance. In fact, you must even play an active role in the media.
Like you are doing.
Like you do.
I wanted to show you Western region finally.
Okay.
Because for me, one of the shocking things I saw was how NDC got 15 out of 17. It's a neighboring region to yours.
Yeah.
Apart from the regional minister, who won marginally, indeed, his votes were less than 1,000. And then the Efia MP. I mean, second D.
Yeah, second D. Yeah.
I mean, what happened there in the Western region? Was just.
You have forgotten that they are part of Ghana. Every part of Ghana, we are going through the same hardship. We are experiencing the arrogance of the appointees. We are going through, no facet of the economy is working. And for me, I realized one thing when the president came for the last State of the Nation address. The president is totally disconnected. That's what I saw. His handlers didn't help him at all. What I see is that they tell him what he wants to hear. Because for the president to be on the floor of the house and tell the good people of this country that per their banking cleanup exercise, nobody has lost any money. Can you imagine? And for a moment I pinched myself. Is the president talking to Ghanaians? For the president to tell us that, look, the national health insurance is working. We've moved it from cash and carry and now everything is okay. Meanwhile, in 2020, you saw this famous graph. In 2020, per the allocation of the National Health Insurance Fund, they didn't pay a peso.
I knew you'd do an agama lizard on health, because this guy, anything you ask him, he has to go to health. But I wanted you to just comment on this finally for me, the Western region.
Okay.
Who are the key people here? So I see, of course, the MPP has Kwabena Okyerdaku Mensah and Isaac Boama from Efia. Can you explain how Blaine Nyamecha is winning second D? Takwa is going to NDC, Kwesi Mintim is going to NDC, Esikadu Ketan is going to NDC. These are traditional MPP.
Apart from the happenings in the country, you must choose your candidates right.
Okay.
This time around, NDC did very well in choosing our candidates. Politics or elections are won at the polling station, and by extension, in the constituency. So you must choose your candidate that can appeal to the constituency, the constituents. So you may not know the person in Accra, but if you go to, let's say, Second D, he mingles well with the fisher folks and what have you. At the end of the day, you could be a lawyer, but he will beat you.
Like Fifi Bachman.
Exactly. He will beat you.
Everybody's lawyer.
So there are a lot of things that go into the contest and in the election. I had the opportunity to be taken through the mill right from the constituency level. I became the then Western region. I became the deputy regional youth organizer. I became the regional youth organizer. Then I came to parliament for the first time. This is my fourth time. So I've been taken through. I've been taken through.
Even though you're a young man, you've been there for a long time.
Yes, I've been there about 30. By the age of 32 years, I was in parliament.
Wow.
Yeah, 35. I was the deputy minister for lands and natural resources.
So you've been there, done that.
So
who are the most important people in that region? Just before you go, who are the most important?
Everybody's
in terms
important.
Of experience,
everybody's
knowledge,
important. But of course, in terms of the house, the parliamentary in parliament we do the seniority.
Yes.
So here, Honorable Kofi Boa, followed by Eric. Eric is my colleague, although he came through with a by-election.
So this is Eric Afo.
Eric Afo.
West.
Then the next one will be Robert. Robert and then Dorcas are, I think they are on the same level. No. Then Isaac.
No, the Takra.
Isaac. No, okay. When it comes to the general,
yes,
the region as then Okyerdaku is the senior most.
Okay.
Is the senior most, followed by Honorable Emmanuel Amakofi Boa. Then Isaac Ajay Mensah, Eric Afo, yes, Eric Afo, Ajay Mensah and Eric Afo are mates. They are mates. Then followed by Dorcas, and then quite apart
you
from
have some interesting women there.
Then the Amenfi is guy Nicholas.
Okay,
so that is the second term. Then
Amenfi Central was very chaotic before it settled for Joanna Jankujo.
Yes, there were a lot of court issues here and there. So finally,
and you have a lot of women now. You have Emilia Arthur, you have Grace Ayensu Dankwa, Mavis Kukwa Bisil, and Joanna Jankujo. So quite a lot of women in the Western region as well. It's going to be tough to choose ministers and leadership and committees as well.
Fortunately, that's not my responsibility.
I see. Will you still be on the health committee? I'm surprised because you are not a doctor. I know you did finance, and then
I did
statistics and mathematics. Which, of course, how did you end up as the health spokesperson?
Well, if you want to do politics, you must be versatile. And I remember very well when they were taking me to the health committee. It took a lot of time for the announcement to be made, because at the point it was Honorable Yele who was the ranking member on the health committee, a pharmacist, a lawyer, he's been a minister and all that. So it was a very big task to be taken by leadership, but they insisted I go. In fact, I will confess to you that at the point in time, I even went back and told them if they could change me to another committee, but he insisted, you can do it, so go.
Wow.
By the grace of God. I think you've heard about me.
No, he's always, every time you gather the journalists and they'll go to some abandoned project, NHIS
they went to Kolebu to go and do their own thing.
Charlie, it's always
so it's by the grace of God.
So you have to finish Agenda 111. The president advised you to do that. I hope you finish it.
You see, pardon my words, but the president was being mischievous and he was not being fair to President Mahama. And I'll tell you why. You know, when President Mahama was leaving office, there were some uncompleted health facilities. That's a fact. But in the case of President Mahama, there was dedicated sources of funding for the project he left behind. The NMS project, the Irojet project, he gave you money. I have handed over. I have not completed. This is money. Go ahead. Then you came promising 111 hospitals. You remember the last State of the Nation address? He told us that he was going to hand over 111 hospitals before he hands over as a president. Okay? Then your final sona, you say, I have completed 3. So I hope that the incoming president will come and come. Where is he going to get the money to complete? Because the Agenda 111, there is no sources of funding. And even the 3 that he claims he has completed are not completed. There isn't even a thermometer in any of the 3 he's talking about. No thermometer in any of the 3 he's talking about. So how are you going to expect President Mahama to continue as you are giving the instructions? So it's a very, very, and for me, right from day one, I had told you people that there was not going to be any 111 hospital, but what they are going to do is that, vote for us when we'll come and continue and all that. So there's no money.
Thank you. I want to go to Volta and ask George Lowe to comment on who the MPs are for Volta region. They were the one region along with OT and Upper East and Upper West, which gave NDC a clean sweep. Everywhere else, MPP got something. So Volta, OT, Upper East and Upper West, it was a clear out. I'm always asking in terms of seniority and experience. So Ahiafo is the man being proposed for speaker. I'm looking for him on the sheet. Where is Ahiafo?
It's down there.
It's down there. So is he the one to go from Doha Jaho?
Yes.
So he's a lawyer?
Yeah, he's a lawyer.
He's a lawyer. He came through a by-election, and he's the outgoing ranking member for Constitutional Legal.
So what is the thinking of NDC in the Volta region? That because obviously President is not from the region, Vice is not from the region, Speaker is not from the region, and there's always this clamor between North, Fanti, and Volta. So is Ahiafo as deputy speaker going to be enough for them? If you look at the people they have there,
I am confident that in addition to Ahiafo's deputy speakership, His Excellency the President would also give out a few more high profile
from the list you have there.
Well, I don't want to second guess the president, but of course I suspect that my brother Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa,
not on.
Yes, and my other brother Govins Agboja.
Govins, who's the chief whip?
Yeah, at the moment, and
so the two stand out.
Yes, the two stand
in terms
any
of their
others,
advocacy.
Yes, any of the others. My junior brother Roxin Dapamakwa is there.
Also there.
He's also there.
But by way of experience in Parliament, who's the most experienced in this list? Is it Notu or Bejra?
Well, it's Bejra because I think I came to Parliament with Notu.
Okay.
And Kwame Agboja and Okujeto Ablakwa. Yes. I think
so Bejra is the most experienced in this.
And then Bernard joined that by way of
by election. Bernard Ahiafo.
Yes.
It's quite a few new faces there. Kpando is new, Southon is new, Whole Central is new, Hohwe is new.
Yes, and in them we
Afajato South is new.
Yes, in them we see a lot of promise.
Ketu North is also new.
Yes, them.
Quite an interesting mix there.
Yes, the only thing is that our women didn't make it.
You have only two women.
Only two women, but he has none at all. So they should become gender friendly a bit. Yes, sometimes we need a woman to do the balance. So, but other than that, these are some very experienced persons. Nochu is education, and he does very well. Kujeto is foreign affairs, and
these
Gabi,
are committees.
Yeah, these are committees. Gabi is on health. Yeah, I think he does quite well. And,
by Gabi, you mean Central Tone?
Yes, Central Tone Hotoje, and Keta Kwame. Gakpe is also, he does a lot of health related issues. Now, Pando, I'm sure
Sebastian Fred,
yes, would do a
what's his background?
The last position, he's a banker, but the last position he held was at TVET.
TVET.
He was the national coordinator. So
I see. But Agboja is an architect.
Agboja is an architect, but
we are told his
special area has become more of roads.
Roads.
Yes.
He and Ernest Nyakun of the Akim Swedru were the two sparring partners of the roads committee. Yes, so you expect some cabinet positions in this region?
Well, there should be.
There should be.
There's no way Volta will be left out. At least there will be one. Yes, regional.
But now the region is 16.
Yes.
It's quite complicated.
But I think constitution is 19.
Will he stick to 60? Will the president stick to 60 ministers? The promise he made.
Oh yeah.
You are sure? You guys are not worrying him to increase it.
No, he insists that he will do that.
I see.
And we can take his word for it. Yeah.
Because we saw a story in the newspapers.
That what?
That the system may not be feasible.
You will write your own story sometimes.
No, it was a different newspaper.
But we are confident that His Excellency will keep to his promise, at least in the interim.
Yes.
Interesting.
He still stands by those promises he has made. Yeah.
Wonderful. I wanted to show Eastern Region briefly because I'm sure as the parliament is about to be sworn in, people would want to know who the incoming MPs are. The Eastern Region is one of the places NDC got about 7 votes. The most shocking for me was Kwapim South.
South, yeah.
I mean, Laurentia Jiwon was like, if Kwapim South, what's going on there? All right. In terms of this list, Bane Champong, quite prominent. Charles Redu is a former Deputy Foreign Affairs Minister.
Yes. Oh, Charles, okay.
Yes. And then the independent for Afram Plains North, Walasi Belly. This is the gentleman they were discussing for. Alexander Akwesiakwa is a deputy minister as well. Kennedy Osenya, quite an experienced guy. Samuel, quite well known. So I think MPP on the Eastern Region side have some really quality names.
But Apia Dankwa is Apia Boatin Joseph. Apia Boatin, I think this is. He went back and came back. Yeah,
so it's also pretty. Afram Plains South.
If he had lost one.
Yeah. So some interesting names here. The second Eastern Regional list as well has some rather known names. So you have, for example, the MP for Lower Manya, Oklete Tel Abi, who's not a fresher, is quite.
I think this is his fourth
term. Abeno Seasari, who's a Minister of State in Finance, probably going to be very important in some of the committees because of her experience as an accountant and economist. Etiwa West has a new face replacing the Roads Minister. Ayensiano, MPP has taken it back from NDC. First time NDC took it. The Fantiakwas were quite controversial, and I'll tell you something. The Fantiakwas North, the gap between the two winners was less than 200. So this Kwame Apiakodia winning, it was a very tight race with the NDC person as well. Lower West Akim and Upper West Akim, typically NDC tends to do well. And then you have some of the this is the final, of course, Aswojaman. We always thought Pius was going to.
Oh, no.
You didn't think Thomas was in any trouble?
No, not at all. I mean, at the beginning, Pius misled himself by thinking that he was on the ground. But when the proper forces were marshaled, he had to take off.
So temporarily he was making inroads.
Oh, of course. I mean, he was the new kid on the block, so he was all over the place, believing that he would make an impact. But I mean, like I said, when the real forces went onto the ground,
in election, one of the most important things to know is to be able to detect your weakness early I mean, the risk. And I think that in that regard, Thomas did very well. He was able to identify the challenges in the constituency, and then where he needed to call for help, quickly he did.
In terms of experience on the minority side, incoming minority from the Eastern region, if you can show me the rest of the list, I was wondering whether I could point a few more people to me. So we have, for example, the Atiwa East. Obviously, finance will be an important. Anybody else there? Is there any other? Fred, I think there's one more sheet because Eastern has 33, right? There's one more sheet which has Kojo Ponkroma and Co. Just wondering, yes. So Davis is in Price, so new job in South, in Anodompre, Ofasia Iribi. Any standout people who will be important in Parliament in your view for the work of Parliament?
Yes, so I can see, just like you've indicated, Kojo Ponkroma, Anodompre, then who again from the MPP side? I think I can.
Otrebefi, who is a former, is a deputy minister, I believe, for trade. A few new faces as well. You know, because Suhum is a new face, I suspect, and Okere also happens to be rather new. Davis is an old face. In interesting times.
Nyakotedi is his second term.
Yes. So the NDC side, I think the two of them, these are their second.
Yellow Krobo second term, and then Upper Manya Krobo. Of the West Akim, this one is NDC dues. Was it Upper West or Lower West Akim? NDC typically, Salas Mensah was an MP for one of them, and he was Upper West Akim, I think. Interesting. Well, so it seems as if 11 o'clock is upon us, and so are you going to sit on the left or the right? Where are you going to?
I'm going to sit where the majority will sit.
I see. And are you part of the front benches?
Yes, I mean, I'm a fourth timer. I'm not a small boy.
So you are going to be.
I'm not a small boy at all.
You're a big
man.
man.
Serious in this country.
His only problem this evening is that there will be no Esla to sit on his lap.
Oh, you were the guy.
Oh, you were the one she sat on. Oh dear.
So there's no Esla to sit on.
Amazing.
I'm sure you missed that moment.
I wanted to go to the north briefly. Fred, if you can help me with the north, just to show a few quick MPs in the north as we try and move quickly to the next segment of the show. All right. Now, I wanted the north. Okay. This region had 6 MPP, 1 independent, and the rest is NDC. The finance minister is obviously going to be important. Mohamed Amin Adam, who's
Nitiwul is also, I think,
Nitiwul is very experienced as well. Bimbila
Sunday is about his second term.
Who?
Tampuli
also Gushehu.
That's the second.
Harun Edrisu, obviously, Towers.
Matthew Nyindam is a comeback.
Is a returnee.
It's a returnee,
yes.
MPP.
Yeah, MPP, yeah.
Of course.
Suhini is there for Tamale North. Mutala is Tamale Central. He's a third termer. Because Mutala was first Nanton and then came to Tamale Central and is retained. So he's a third timer.
Suhini is also a third termer.
Suhini as well. Habib Idrisu is a
second term.
But is in leadership for the MPP.
Yeah, for now.
And then
Hassan Umar is also, a returnee.
Wow. So some returnees there.
Yeah.
Which of these surprised you the most? Did you expect to win Yendi?
Yeah, I think Yendi, the Farouk was making a lot of noise there, so I thought that he was a threat, but unfortunately
for him. So Abdul Fattah Al Hassan pulled the surprise for Yendi. And then Vivian is an independent, the Woolency. Is this guy an NDC guy? We interviewed him, he said he was NDC and he went independent. Yao Stanley. Quite an interesting mix of names. And there's more from the north. Where are the rest of the northern region MPs? If you can show us the second north. There's Savelugu as well. Abdul is a woman for MPP. And then Sagnerigu for the first time. The man of Proverbs lost his primaries.
So the rest of the northern region.
He has won the rest of the northern region, if you don't mind. Saboba as well has gone to the NDC. Tatali Sanguli as well. So many MPs. You know, I wonder how the speaker remembers all their names. I'm sure there are some MPs you don't even know.
Fortunately, once you get up, your name will be on the screen.
Pops up.
Yeah,
and
because
you have your name right in front of you as well.
276 is a lot.
They can call you by your constituency as well.
Interesting. We'll take a breather.
All right, yeah. And then we'll come back.
Stay with us.
Get ready for a day of gratitude and nostalgia at the Swesco Annual All-Year Group's Thanksgiving and Remembrance Service. Join us on Sunday, January 19th, 2025 at the ICGC Christ Temple, Aboseokai, Inaugural at 2 p.m. The service will also mark the launch of the 66th anniversary celebrations of Swesco. Wear your Swesco cloth and be part of this special gathering. Contact your year group president for further details. Let's make this a day to remember. See you there.
Hello, are you ready for a show that the whole family can enjoy? Educational adventures as we discover interesting places, meet amazing people like a pilot, a soap maker, a chocolate maker, and more. That's not all. You will learn about our culture, explore musical instruments, symbols, and cloth, learn all about Kente, gather around and listen to our folk tales, and discover the interesting history behind our stories.
Wow, this show is really informative.
Yeah! We'll also have fun experiments. Whoa! And lots of art activities.
Look at my spider.
So beautiful.
You definitely don't want to miss the Wonder Space Show with Miss Natalie.
Wonder Space!
Watch the Wonder Space Show on Saturdays at 12 noon only on Channel 1 TV.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Congratulations.
Me are very, very okay.
Sirifiacha.
Citi.
Medibone.
Apata benya krasa fie fo pe wani ngwa fie wate. Ate siri pa na so aware no. Emma so ne, Emma so na socket.
Trusted by blood.
So we're bringing you a special coverage of the inauguration of the 9th Parliament. My name is Vivian Kai Loko. I'm here with Richard Sky, the Honorable George Lowe, as well as Selim Adonu, to look at some of the issues before the inauguration takes place. As we are waiting, we'll give you a shot of the chamber, if we can, on what is happening. We'll go to that in a bit. But Richard, you are back in the seat. You came in earlier. You had to go out. You are back in. Gentlemen, I think we can talk about the leaders of both sides. We can start with the majority side. We are told for now the leaders are going to be maintained, right? Richard, let's look at the kind of leaders they had, starting from Castle to Force and all the way to the deputies and all that. Maintaining him there now, will this serve the purpose that, the party will want to have in Parliament?
Well, my understanding is that there was a meeting between the MPs elect and the president-elect much earlier this afternoon. And at that meeting, the MPs elect were informed that the leadership of the party was not minded to immediately effect a change at the leadership level because there are a number of factors at play. First of all, as I understand it, there are a number of members of leadership who the president-elect intends, and I'm quoting people close to the president-elect, to elevate to the status of ministers in his administration. And because of that, there has got to be a way of making sure that those nominations are made and communicated to the speaker. You understand? Okay. Now, the question is whether you want to leave the front bench and go and sit somewhere in the middle or at the back bench and wait for an appointment that may or may not come. So then some took the view that why not? Look, let us be here for now because it's something that a bird in hand is worth 2 million in the bush. So they would have this now, and when the nominations are made, then
is it that they don't trust that, you know, they will sail through in terms of those nominations?
Well,
I mean,
in politics, all kinds of things happen. You know, the president can make up his mind to give you a post today.
Yeah.
By close of, by midnight. Somebody intervenes and that changes.
You mean the destiny changes?
Oh yeah, I mean there are people who do that. And it is because someone has sent some information that, oh, Mr. President, oh, this and that, have you looked at it this way, this person, A, B, C, D, then things change. But as I understand it, there are people in leadership that he wants seriously to serve in his government.
Which names are we looking at in terms of those in leadership that may be elevated to the post of ministers?
As I understand it, the current minority leader who becomes majority leader in the next parliament would most likely become our Minister of Finance if he is nominated by the President, and we are told that will most likely happen, and he is approved by Parliament to become the Minister for Finance. Then my understanding, speaking to close sources close to the system, is that the Honorable Abuja, who is currently the Chief Whip, would most likely become our Minister for Roads and Highways. Of course, my understanding is they will collapse the existing ports and aviation.
And measure everything.
Exactly, and put them back together. If the report I'm getting is anything to go by, then that would also be another elevation, if you like. Then you also have in there the Honorable Kofi Boa. There are conflicting reports as to whether he's going to lands and natural resources or going to energy. You know, previously he occupied the position of energy minister. Later it was split, power and then petroleum. And then he occupied the, the petroleum section. So if that elevation happens, either energy or lands, that will still create some vacuum that would have to be filled. Then you also have the Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, who is the first deputy chief whip. My understanding is that his godfathers within the party, and this is at the highest level, the national chairman of the NDC is said to be his godfather, seriously gunning for a position for him. There is lack of clarity as to where exactly he may well head. Whichever way it is, if he is elevated, again, that will be a vacuum there created that would need to be filled.
Okay. Whilst you're speaking, so we're bringing you some pictures from Parliament proper, where you're seeing some members getting ready to go into the chamber. Sky, what exactly are they doing at this point?
So it would seem that they are looking at their names on the roster that has been created, or the list they have received from the Electoral Commission. You know, the process is that after the votes, there's collation, there is sorting out of the votes, then they do the collation, and then there's a declaration. After that declaration, the presiding officer sent to Accra the writ of election, which will detail who has been properly elected, MP elect.
So Anodom prayer has gone through, so it means he's fine, right?
That is what it will mean.
Please go on.
Now, if the EC receives that list, under the CI 127, the rule is that you communicate the details to the clerk of Parliament. So once the clerk of Parliament receives the list, he acts on the basis of that. So it is that list that I believe they are going by. Of course, the MPs also registered ahead of time, because what you would have been told is that submit your details. So your details as in your name, your qualification, the schools you've been to, the work you have done, your wife, the number of wives you have, if you have multiple wives, your kids. All of those details are collected. Your bank account detail, all of that information is collected, and then on the basis of that, a list is drawn, and that is what they appear to be going through.
We can see before we went to the chamber proper, we saw Okankri Central MP Patrick, Yabuama, who there are issues around his approval for Parliament. The NDC has said to appeal against whatever has happened, and it will be interesting to see how things pan out tonight based on the threats from the NDC side. Let me put that question to the Honorable George Lowe, or what we are likely to see. So far, we've seen one of them. I'm sure he's going to go through the process and go into the chamber. What would you do?
Well, you know that at this time, sincerely speaking, first of all, let me say that this is a bit of an innovation, what we are seeing today. In the past, once you knew you were elected, you registered, you just walk into the chamber and take a seat. But it looks like things have changed, and this process of sieving who should enter the chamber is novel. But whatever it is, as Richard has said, obviously there will be the registration backed by the writ of elections. But for me, we would have to wait and see, because we have had issues of injunctions and services against certain members directed at the clerk. As to what decisions the clerk makes at this stage, since he is in charge of this process, we would see how it plays out. If the clerk is minded to take notice of those actions, then maybe we would have some disruptive moments. If he's minded to just go according to the rite of elections, then those will not have happened. But a decision, I'm sure a certain decision may have been made. I wasn't party to the meeting that the Flabella held with the president, with the MPs. I wasn't there. I was on another assignment. So, and therefore it is, we don't know what final decisions have been made. So let's wait and see how the things unfold.
Okay. Let's welcome the Honorable Samuel Abu Jinapo, MP for Damango, into the conversation. Honorable, welcome.
Thank you so very much. Very good to be here, and especially with my friend Richard.
Congratulations.
Thank you, my brother.
Yeah, you nearly went down.
No, you nearly didn't go down.
Gallows wanted to take you out.
I had a clear victory in Damango.
You are welcome. Congratulations.
Thank you so very much. Thank you.
How are you preparing to be sworn in again?
Well, yes. First of all, I should.
Yeah, can you please raise up? Yes.
First of all, I should thank the good people of Damango, the good and dignified people of Damango, for returning me to Parliament. I won with a margin of more than 2,000 votes in a
but
poll
it was a difficult one for you
this time. In a poll of 31.
Round.
It was a difficult election for MPP across the country. That's a fact. There's absolutely no two ways about that. We have to admit that. And to be coming in for the second term is a privilege, and I think that I should give thanks to the Almighty and to the good people of Damango for being so gracious and being so kind to me. And in this 9th Parliament, I believe it's going to be a completely different Parliament as opposed to the 8th Parliament. The 8th Parliament was literally a hung Parliament, and this is a lamp-sided Parliament, and we'll see how it goes.
Most of your colleagues lost the elections. What did the trick for you to have won?
Well, I'm not too sure there was any trick in particular. I believe that it was simply because my people were that kind to me, and I think that I must have served them quite well in the 4 years from 2021 to 2024. And in elections, you can't take all the credit. Sometimes things happen and you just cannot explain. I believe my friend will tell you more about that.
What would you be doing this time round to make sure your constituents are happy and you see a better election if you're going again for your next time round?
I think the first duty, and that's a very heavy, onerous duty and responsibility, which is being placed on the shoulders of every member of the MPP caucus in this 9th Parliament, is how we are going to, in all humility and modesty, stand up to be counted, stand up to be worthy members of the opposition, of the minority caucus, and being an opposition worth its salt for the Ghanaian people, because a non-existent opposition in a democracy is a danger to the country itself. The country makes progress if the minority, and for that matter the opposition, no matter the numbers, lives up to its expectation and holds the government and the people who govern accountable. So that obviously is going to be the first responsibility. And I believe that in all modesty, people like us and many others, media, civil society, early days yet though, it may be difficult for people to assimilate this, to join forces to make sure that those who govern are accountable to those who are governed. I think that is how democracy thrives, and that is how we can make progress. The Parliament, the second Parliament of 1997 to 2001, which had the membership of 67 from the opposition, from the minority. I'm referring to the minority that was led by J.H. Mensah, the venerable late Honorable J.H. Mensah, and yet they were able to stand up and be counted as a worthy minority in that second Parliament and held the second-term government of President accountable, and that ultimately was to the benefit of the Ghanaian state and was an impetus to our democratic journey. And so that, for me, is going to be the first duty. as a member of parliament. And of course, the question you asked, which is a very apt question, also working for my constituents to make sure that they get a benefit of my representation.
But would your side be able to make any impact, considering the numbers and the huge majority we are seeing this time around? Would you be able to make any impact at all?
Well, in a parliament of 276, a majority of 138 against 137 will still carry the day. You know that. In the parliament, a decision of the parliament, except in the exceptional decisions, the normal, ordinary decision of the parliament, a vote of one carries the day. So ordinarily, the numbers should not really count. But of course, when you have 183 majority, that obviously is a very intimidating majority. There's absolutely no two ways about that.
That's right.
There's absolutely no two ways about that. But I am very hopeful, optimistic, confident that this minority of the MPP in this 9th parliament will live up to expectation, will stand up to be counted, will work for the Ghanaian people, will work for our democracy, will work for the principles of accountability, because it's only through that we can have a befitting democracy, and we can have a democracy that delivers for the people. You cannot have an unchecked government. An unchecked government is a danger to itself. It's a danger to the country.
Right. Let's look at the speakership. Are you in support of Bagbin retaining that position?
I'm not too sure my say will count.
Well, you never know.
Well, I think Speaker Bagbin is whatever you think of him, he's a distinguished public servant of our country. And we have to give him that credit. There's absolutely no two ways about that. Beginning as Member of Parliament for Nadoli, rising to become minority leader, becoming majority leader, becoming Minister for Health, Minister for Works and Housing, becoming Speaker of Parliament. By all intents and purposes, that's a distinguished public career. And I'm not too sure there's any dent on his journey, his career as a Ghanaian public servant, a Ghanaian politician. So I don't think it's a bad decision at all. And we will see. And I like his firmness. I think he's a firm speaker. When he drops the gavel, everybody keeps quiet and everybody is silent, and everybody appreciate that is the man who is a referee of the House. Yeah. To that extent, and to many other extents, as I've enumerated, I think by and large, I don't know what the decision of the House will be tonight, but if he ends up as a speaker, so be it.
What about the deputies?
Well,
which names are you pushing
I'm not
for?
even familiar with the issues at stake when it comes to the deputies.
Right, let's look at your party's leadership. Now we've seen some new names coming there, and then we've seen Afenyo-Markin maintained as your leader. Your thoughts around that?
I think leader Afenyo-Markin is a very good decision. He's done very well as majority leader in the 1 year that he's been majority leader. He's very combative, he's a lawyer, very articulate, can think on his feet, understands the issues. So as minority leader, if he gets the correct backing, I believe he'll do well.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Abu, we are told that this election, Galamsey may have played a part. What's your own view?
Well, I won't be surprised if it did. I won't be surprised that Galamsey played a role. And the point about Galamsey is that I've made that point multiple times. It's a very complex matter that we have to deal with. We're dealing with gold, which is money. And money, as you know, has its own complexities. People go after money, and there's very little that you can do to stop them, and so on and so forth. We did our very best. We put in a lot of measures. We made a lot of progress, some progress, I should say. But the issue is a systemic, endemic issue, which has to be dealt with over a period of time. And I want to believe that my successor will take up from where we left off and move forward. But that contributed to the electoral fortunes of the MPP, as it would have done if it was any other political party. I have no doubt whatsoever.
But the view is that you sought to preserve your interest in these Galamsey constituencies, as opposed to fighting Galamsey, so that all of us are better off and the people in the city will be happy with you. But somehow, you decided to go easy on the fight against Galamsey, defying views from all manner of people who were criticizing the government. And ultimately, you lost both in the communities where Galamsey is an endemic, and then also in the cities where the people are not happy with their quality of water. Well, you agree with that view? And some views also are expressed to the extent that, look, they do not even believe that losing these constituencies where Galamsey is endemic is as a result of Galamsey, or how you approached it.
Well, I don't know about these views you are expressing. What I do know is that the instructions to deal with Galamsey was as expressed as it could ever be from the president and the government, and we did all we could to get a handle on this matter. And as I've explained multiple times, it's a very complex matter, it's a very difficult matter, and it's a matter that requires sustained effort. And the effort we've made did achieve some results and did make some progress. There is still a lot that has to be done. I hope my successor will continue from there.
Is there anything you regret about the government's handling of the fight against Galamsey?
Well, one of the things I think would have done better was public sensitization, both in this city talk you are talking about and in the community talk, because a lot of the people who also contributed to the discussions in the city did not actually appreciate, with the greatest of respect, the complexities on the ground, about the issues we're dealing with on the ground. And then when you went on the ground too, a lot of people did not also appreciate the complexities of the issues that we're dealing with and the importance of dealing with this matter. And so my successor, I believe, should pay particular attention to sensitization and getting and carrying the country with him or her.
Okay, and then also, I mean, the joke is almost always raised that you have your brother on the other side and you are on this side. You find yourself in government, your brother is in opposition. You find yourself in opposition, your brother is in government. The two of you, do you pray for the success of each other in terms of what happens at the polls? At least Ghanaians would want to know things like that. When you meet, what do you talk about? That, oh, it should be well with you in your elections and that of your party, or that, oh, it should be well with me alone in this election?
Well, first of all, we are brothers like everybody else. And secondly, I've made a point multiple times. I have very good friends in the NDC, extremely good friends, whom I wish very well, who wish me very well. Much more my brother, and vice versa. And so, we are brothers. I mean, we can't take that away. And it's turned out that we are in different political parties. But I believe also that at the end of the day, it's all about public service. It's all about trying to contribute our quota to the welfare of our country. I had a privilege, courtesy the president and my party, to serve as deputy chief of staff for 4 years and as minister for 4 years. I'm very grateful, and now I'm a member of parliament for another 4 years. I continue to be grateful to the good people of Damango and the Ghanaian people for that opportunity to have served for these 8 years. I don't know what role he will play in the incoming government, but whatever role he plays, is all part of the public service of our country, and I wish him well, just as he will wish me well. And of course, just as I will even wish any NDC minister well, because if they do well, Ghana does well. If they don't do well, Ghana doesn't do well. So it's always in our collective interest to wish every government well, which is in that spirit that I wish President Mohammed's government well.
We hear he may head to the ministry responsible for energy. How do you feel about that as his brother? He may head to the Ministry of Energy as the minister for that space. What do you feel about that?
I don't know. I don't know what the plans of the president is. I don't know what President Mohammed's plans. I wouldn't even know. How will I? Where I sit, I'm like you.
But how do you feel about that space for him?
That if he was Minister for Energy?
Yes.
Well, it's just to be an opportunity for him to serve. I will wish him well, and I hope that he serves and serves well. That's a very important consequential ministry, which affects each and every one of us. And so it will be now all of us, our collective interest, to wish him well, to do well, and to run the ministry well, for the good of all of us.
Thank you so much. Yes,
Thank
Vivian.
you.
Before you go, John, the ally on, the mining in forest area, was it revoked?
Well, I think there was an application to the parliament for it to be revoked. There was.
So it was revoked. It's been revoked?
Well, there was an application, I know, that we put in an application before the parliament for it to be revoked. Whether or not it was revoked, I have to check.
All right, we'll come back to you on that. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you. Bro.
So that's the Honorable Abu Jinapo speaking to us over there. Let's go back to the chamber, Sky, and the Honorable George. You're taking us through what was happening in the chamber now. So I think most of the MPs have sat down now.
Yes, a good number of them have actually taken their seats. There are still people, like you can see the Honorable Akando, who is walking about in the chamber. You can still see a number of them still walking around. and cracking jokes and greeting each other. You can see a conversation going on there. What it is once the chair hasn't taken his seat as to call the House to order, you'll still see MPs moving around. You can just see the Honorable James Agalga in your shot now. People will still be moving around having conversations because there's a lot. People want to know what's happening to them, where are they going to. All of these conversations, gossips will be dropped here and there, and what's happening to the speakership, what's happening to the deputy speakership and all of that. So you would expect those movements. You can see Kweku Kwatin there shaking the hands of Chincha.
All right. Talking about the speakership and the deputy speakership, we've been joined by Peli Walasi. He's the independent candidate, or now going to be MP for Afram Plains North. Earlier in our conversations, his name popped up for the second deputy position. We're told that he's likely to caucus with the NDC side, right? Let's ask him himself what the situation is. And please raise your microphone to your mouth.
Well, thank you for...
Sorry, I have to welcome you with that question.
Well, it will not be a blow because even at the gate, someone asked me when I was entering. So,
great.
So I would say with that question, I will term it a rumor that has hit the person who is at the center of it. But as to its reality, I'm yet to feel it, not see it, or hear it. And so, like it is, maybe every rumor might have an iota of truth. I'll be waiting when the time comes, or if it is communicated, if it is so, I'm fine.
You're saying that nobody has approached you, there's not been any discussion, nothing?
No, not really.
Is
not
it?
really.
Which side are you caucusing with?
Oh, I'm an NDC.
You'll go with the NDC side?
Member, yeah. Yes, my constituents had been in that relationship with NDC from NDC's birth. And they wouldn't allow me anything more than caucusing with the NDC. And I agree with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you wanted to ask him something?
Well, but in terms of the discussions, normally these things come with discussions as to what you are likely to get from caucusing with either the minority side or the majority side. Have you had any discussions? And if you have had those discussions, where are they leaning?
Well, I would say that might be a convention, but might not be legally true in any form. So for me, I've not had any discussion yet. I say yet because we still have time to the time of taking decisions. So I'm still in the waiting. But where I sit, what I have come to do is to serve my constituents. And the arm on which I want to lean on is what I'm leaning on, and I'll be there.
So your decision is influenced just by reason of your history with the NDC, and then also what your constituents are saying, not necessarily because you have had some discussions and some things, offered.
Exactly. The MPship or the job of an MP is to serve his constituents, be the mouthpiece. And so when you come in, they have messages for you to bring and who you should give it to and where you should pass it through. And I think the route they had given me is what I'm talking about.
We do know that you have a legal background, a lawyer, not necessarily in this jurisdiction.
Exactly.
But you qualify to practice elsewhere.
Yes.
With that, many believe that you would have been a capable hand to either be a deputy speaker, the first deputy speaker or the second deputy speaker. As we understand it, your senior in the House, the Honorable Ahiafo from the Akachi South constituency, we are told will be nominated to take the chair as the first deputy speaker. And the speculation is rife that if the MPP side is not given the position, that position will come to you. Are you ready for that position if it comes?
I'm too much of the word ready. I don't know what would keep me from refusing such a position. As a lawyer by profession, I'm ready for anything, anytime, anyhow. And I don't think it is a task that I couldn't run through, even if it has to do with studying on it and getting it at hand, I don't think it's a task for me too big. And I'm always ready when it comes.
Is this something you've considered?
Yes, as human as I am, as the rumors start going on, you start preparing your psyche to hold it when it comes. So for now, I would say if it's before me right now, it's a grab and it's a work.
If it doesn't come?
Yes, I came to Parliament. I'll still be in Parliament.
You wouldn't feel disappointed?
No, not at all.
All right, thank you very much for passing through.
We wish you all the best.
Thank you.
I will be watching to see whether it comes to be.
To God be the glory. I'll testify of it.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that's the Honorable Pele Walasi, independent for Afram Plains North. He's saying that he will caucus with the NDC. His name has popped up for Deputy Majority Leader. He's saying that nobody, Deputy Speaker, yes, Deputy Speaker, nobody has approached him yet, but it's something that you grab if it's thrown at him. You feel he will fit into the slot?
Well, I mean, the rule traditionally is one that requires a certain level of appreciation of law. So that it helps in how you discharge your duties as a deputy speaker in the House. Of course, it is not a requirement that you should be a lawyer. Once you have a passable understanding of the rules and procedure that is used in the House, it should be, one thing that you can discharge. And if you look at the standing orders, the rules are clear that it is not a position that the NDC can keep, so the speaker keeps the first deputy and keeps the second deputy. Yeah. Those two deputies you have to split. So if you give the first deputy to, say, party A, second deputy must go to party B. And under the rules, the term party has been defined to include independent members of parliament. You understand? So that's why some people were saying that, look, the MPP should be robbed off the position, because generally what happens is that it tends to go to the party with the second biggest number in the House, except for instances where there were disagreements. So for instance, in the year 2005, there was a major storm in Parliament. The MPP was tired of the late Peter Alajete because they thought that he was too assertive. So they did not want to repeat him as the speaker for the second term of John Kufuor's administration. Then that information got through to the NDC side late. So when the NPP side proposed Bejina Sechi Hughes as the speaker for the House, the Honorable Bagwin, who was then the minority leader, was on his feet to actually counter-propose the election of Peter Alajete, who had just left the office of Speaker, to become the Speaker of the House. Of course, the NPP side was not happy about that counter-proposal because they thought that it was likely to throw spanners into the works that he had already done. And because of that, they decided to deny the MPP side the second deputy position, the second deputy position, which meant that ultimately, which meant that ultimately, instead of that position going to the Honorable Kenjirasa, as of that time, because he had been in the position before, it then went to the Honorable Malik Al-Hassan Yakubu, with the Honorable Freddie Wasima Uble of the Elembele constituency becoming the first Deputy Speaker of Parliament. And that's the history.
Okay, so earlier, before we had the two MPs passing through, we're talking about the leadership for the incoming majority side. We're spoken about the fact that some of them are likely to be elevated into the positions of ministers. And you were taking us through, I think you had mentioned about four of them already.
Yes.
Castle, Bejra, no, not Bejra, Agboja, and then two others.
So Oboa and then the Honorable Ahmed.
Yes. So these are the four we are likely to see move from the majority side. Which names are likely to replace them if they move away?
Well, so that is the difficult part. You know, up until the president-elect causing his spokesperson to issue a statement sort of mandating the NDC side to choose or nominate Bagbin as the next speaker, there were a number of names in play. So you had, for instance, the name of Hannah Tete mentioned. She's a former member of this house, to be a possible replacement. Then you have Valerie Sawyer, a former deputy chief of staff, who just today
has gotten a new position.
Exactly, as presidential advisor.
Yes.
She was also in play. Then you had some other names in play.
I believe Marietta Brew as well at the point popped up.
Yeah, but what that meant would have been that if you have the president coming in from the northern part of the country, some take the view that you have the vice president from the central region. It would be too much compensation, and I say this without any disrespect for the north. They are one of my favorite people. It would be too much compensation for the north to take the speaker to the northern part of the country. So some people from within the NDC were pushing strongly for a number of reasons for the speakership to come down south. But by reason of the president's letter to the NDC caucus in parliament, it would seem that that would not work. Now, that is also likely to have an impact on who ultimately becomes the majority leader. Up until then, the Honorable Mahama Yariga, who is the Member of Parliament for the Boku Central constituency, was mentioned as a serious contender for the job. In fact, my understanding is that they had settled on him to become the majority leader. That information, that situation, as I understand it now, hasn't changed, except that some people have concerns that you have the president from the northern part of the country, you have the speaker from the northern part of the country, and then also the majority leader also coming in from the northern part of the country. What I have to say, though, is that these are concerns being raised by NDC people themselves within their caucus. Now, we should not make the mistake of assuming that the north is one central place, because Mahama Yariga is from the Upper East region. The Honorable Bagbin is from the Upper West region. The president himself is from the Savannah region. You understand? So while it might seem that, it is one geographical area, it is not strictly speaking one geographical area. These are different regions.
But what happens to the other regions that have also put in so much in terms of also bringing a lot onto the table?
Okay, so the Honorable Low's constituency, which is also my constituency, is the Volta region.
Volta, Western, Greater Accra.
Some people were playing with the idea of bringing back the Honorable Do Ajaho. But that debate has been settled by reason of the president's letter or statement. And then you also we have confirmation that the Honorable Bernard Ahiafo, who is the MP for the Akachi South constituency, will today be proposed as the first deputy speaker. And once he takes the chair, that is a compensation to some extent to the Volta region. Of course, there are a number of other positions. So as I told you much earlier, we hear that the Honorable Agboja, who is also from the Volta region, Member of Parliament for the Agbaklu constituency, would become, if things go the way many are saying, the Minister for Roads and Highways. So that is also another compensation. The name of the Honorable Okujetua Blakwa is also in play, linking him possibly to the Education or the Foreign Affairs Ministry. Of course, all of these matters are decisions that the President-elect himself would have to take when he assumes the role. So if you look at the Volta region, there are a number of big guns who are likely to be compensated with positions, and perhaps that should go a long way to, if you like, reward them for the efforts they made this election year.
All right, let me bring in the Honorable George Low as well as Selom on their thoughts as well on the incoming majority and the leadership, slots that may be filled if we see some elevations. Who do you think will be elevated, and who do you think should be the replacements?
You see, as I said much earlier on, the president is in a tight situation in terms of appointments, and in the past it would have been easier even achieving regional balance. Because in the past, if you are nominated somebody from the north, it's catered for the north, in all of them. Today we have 16 regions. And this is also complicated by the fact that for the first time, the president had insisted on a particular number of people he wants to. So there's generally some things to be done, some consideration. What I can say for a fact is that we may not see any region getting so many positions, particularly at the level of cabinet. You will not see some region getting like 4 cabinet positions. It won't happen, because if it does, the president himself will have problems trying to. Yeah. But having said that, there is always a mechanism. And that mechanism, as I told you, will be fueled by the president sitting with an advisory committee to find out how to balance out. So yes, all these people, Ahmed, Kesel Atufolsin, Kwame Agboja and others may get positions.
Ministerial positions.
But in their stead, there would also be members on the floor. And as we saw when we were looking at the regional balance, there are quite experienced people from various regions that may be brought on board.
Which people would you like to see in the leadership positions?
I will be biased, because when it comes to, for instance, my own protege and friend, Roxin has held himself out very well. So I think that it would be nice to see him on the front bench if he has to stay in Parliament, unless of course the leadership decides to take him out at the level of the Ministerial. Mm-hmm. There are other people. Mahama Yariga, very experienced parliamentarian. Mm-hmm. We don't know what plans they are for him, but in as much as his name will come up for majority leader, in actual fact, just as Sky said, prior to the definitive decision to appoint or to nominate Speaker Gbagbe, I was one of those thinking that he could be an effective majority leader.
Okay.
Yes. As the skills are now, we are not too sure what will happen. But I can just assure you that there are enough people out there to
take up the positions
based on gender, based on regional balance, and background, and all sorts of things. And some of these things are also balanced. Don't forget that in this parliament, committee chairmanship will be a very key issue in terms of balancing out who should take what. I remember when we were in Parliament, it was one of the things that they had to use to compensate the voter region, because we at the time had returned the most number of MPs into the House. Mm-hmm. And so we were saying that a chunk of some very important committees should be ceded
from you.
To us.
Okay.
It's a delicate path, but I am sure that with the experience the president has and the men who are advising him, it's a path that they can walk and survive
smoothly.
Yeah.
Salom, your thoughts? The elevations, the vacuum will create, and who to fill them?
Well, I think there are quite a number of experienced people. If, for example, Atufolsin is taken to the executive, and somebody like Mahama Yariga or Muntaka replaces him, I'm not sure, so much of a vacuum will be felt, because they are equally competent, if not more experienced than Atufolsin. So I think, like Honorable George Lo has said, there's quite a good array of talents in the House. And I mean, even Babin himself, we see him today as an institution. Before the year 2000 and 2001, he wasn't very known. He was the chair at some point of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee of Parliament, I think. But he was relatively an unknown commodity. We saw him for the very first time, really, in 2001. When he said that, well, he looks like this, but as time will show, he's a very forthright person. He speaks clearly, and he says what he means. It's not intimidated at all. When J.H. Mensah and co. wanted to cower him, he said that on the floor of Parliament in one of the very early days. And that was a very interesting or difficult Parliament, because it was a Parliament that more or less expressed the depth of the NDC, because Jerry Rawlings, who had been there for a very long time, for a lot of us, our recollection of who a president was at the time was just Rawlings.
Yeah.
You know, had been, of course, he wasn't defeated technically, but his party had been defeated, so he was no more. And, you know, the MPP had very experienced guys, Akufo-Addo, Kwamina Bartels, Hakman Uswajiman, you know, J.H. Mensah, all those guys in parliament. And it took the NDC even a very long time to regain their confidence to be able to speak on matters. And that was where Fifi Kwete and a few of the guys who were bold, you know, began to make a good name for themselves. So Babin was the minority leader in that parliament, and he held his own even in the early stages. But here was a guy who wasn't really known, but he was there. The point I'm making is that despite a lot of people thinking Atufos and Haruna and Co might have done well, there could be other people in the house who we've not seen because they've not been given the opportunity. So given the opportunity, it will amaze you to see the kind of thing they will do. In fact, Abenyo Makin has always been there until he became deputy to Osechi Mensah Bonsu. Yeah, we knew him, but you know, we didn't know him like this. So there are people with talent. It's only when you give them the opportunity that they can express that. And the position is also such that, you know, you grow into it and you do well over time. So I have no doubt that even on both sides, the MPP could have decided to cream off this crop of leaders, and there will still be great people. This guy, what's his name? Boama. All those guys are there. You know, all those guys are there who could do well. So I don't think Ghana's parliament lacks quality, you know, at all in terms of those who rise to their caucus leadership. I think it's just how you manage it. In terms of the bigger picture about regional balance, I think our constitution must be relooked at. It's one of the things I think this parliament can do. Using the 2/3 majority, there are a few things you can do in terms of constitutional amendments. But the major things we talk about, some of them will only have to be done through a referendum. So those ones that an act of parliament properly, you know, put together can do, I think this parliament should attempt to do that. One of them being the number of people supposed to be in cabinet. They said a minimum of 10, a maximum of 19. When this was being done, we had only 10 regions, but now we have 16 regions.
Yeah.
So when you want to have a cabinet that will be reflective of the nation, regional representation, 16 is gone. You have only 3 left. But we know that there are some regions, or for some reason, there are people who are good and may come from one region. You need them in your cabinet. So will you say because of that limitation, you will not do that, or you deny other regions of representation in cabinet? I think because the regions have increased, one of the things that can easily be done with this kind of parliament is an act of parliament purposely for the amendment of the constitution, like we saw in 1996 also. They should do that.
Okay.
You know, I'm not sure even it will generate any. I'm not sure. I'll be surprised if they generate debates, because this will affect both sides.
You know, Silam, it's an interesting and a very great point you have made, except that you need to also temper that with the reality that Ghanaians are on the move. So you have, for instance, the Honorable Alfred Agbashi of the Ashaman constituency formerly had that challenge. The question was whether he should be added to the Volta stock or he should be added to the Greater Accra. Now, when he was added to Greater Accra said no. You know, he may hold a seat in Greater Accra, but he's technically speaking from the Volta region. So he should go to Volta and take his slot from there. You have a similar challenge with the Honorable Muntaka, who technically is not from the Ashanti region. Yeah. And now the question is whether, if you give him majority leader, which some people are discussing, of course there are some differences he has with the speaker, who we are told that, you know, they're trying to resolve those issues, and also the national chairman of the party and general secretary, because of how he was taken out as chief whip. He is also not from the Ashanti region. So if you want to give him something, are you giving it to him because he holds a constituency from the Ashanti region or from the northern part of the country? And there are a number of other, you know, when you look at the list of new MPs, you hear other names coming in from Mama Saman constituency. You go to Katie Hammond's constituency. Yeah, they are
front plains.
And they are front plains, yes, you know. So this talk of regional balance and what it should mean in practice, can we actually legislate it? And if we do, how do we define the regional balance? Because the framers must have intended this, where you are from, so that we can all come together into this melting pot. But it would seem to me that movement has created some problems that perhaps we need some serious legal engineering to be able to deal with. Honorable.
I think that in the main, I shared that we should look at these things more carefully and possibly just ensure that, in making appointments, various interests are catered for. And so I think that legislating it will be a bit of a challenge because, like Sky said, so if I live in Adenta now, if I decide to contest the seat in Adenta tomorrow, I may win by virtue of the fact that maybe 52% of people from Adenta have of voter stock. Mm-hmm. Does that make me a Greater Accra person? And whatever I'm being given, does it really inure to Greater Accra? So it's a discussion you must have.
It's a really
it's a discussion you must have, and then we'll see how.
Let's go to the chamber. So Honorable George and then Sky. It's a few minutes to 12 when the 8th Parliament will be dissolved proper. Take us through what will happen from that point till the swearing in.
Okay, so it's 3 minutes to midnight.
Yeah.
At the stroke of midnight, the current parliament, which is the 8th parliament of the 4th Republic, stands dissolved by the operation of law, the constitution of the Republic. Then there will be a question of swearing in a new parliament. Now the procedure is that when MPs first meet after an election, the first item or agenda they deal with is the election of a speaker. That is not the swearing in of members of parliament, it's the election of the speaker.
Election.
So when midnight comes and goes away, we should expect the Honorable Jethro, who is mandated by our laws to preside over the House in the absence of a speaker and deputy speakers and member presiding in the case of making sure that a new speaker is elected. He will preside over the proceedings and then call the House to order. Having done that, there will be a roll call. Honorable Vivian Kai Loko from Lejokuku, you would say President, Madam, President, Sir, or as the case may be. You do all of that. All the names will be mentioned. And once he is sure that the people who should be there are there, then a motion will be moved. In this case, most likely by the majority leader, because that's what has always happened. When that motion is moved, it is actually inviting the House to have the Honorable Bagbin take the chair as the Speaker of the House. Of course, traditionally, you would have the minority side seconding the motion. And when that is done, and there is no contest really, then there will be affirmation, and Honorable Bagbin will stand elected as the Speaker of the House. But when there is a counter proposal or counter nomination, so for instance, let's say that another person is nominated by, say, the MPP side to take the chair as the Speaker. In that case, the rules require that there should be secret ballot to determine who becomes the Speaker by winning the majority vote. Once that is decided, the Speaker will be sworn into office by the Chief Justice, who should be here by now. After which there will be swearing in of the MPs, because the rule is that you can only elect a member of parliament to take the chair as a deputy speaker. So in the interim, you do not immediately produce a deputy speaker. What you do is swear them into office. They are now properly MPs. That swearing in will be done by the speaker, taking over from the Chief Justice. And after that, then there will be the election of the deputy speakers. And then we would go home. Okay.
Honorable George, pretty straightforward, isn't it? But are you expecting any surprises?
Well, from my 2020 experience, I won't leave anything to chance. Anything can happen. But we hope and pray that it goes pretty straightforward so that we can all go home in good time and wait for the swearing in of His Excellency the President tomorrow. But as it stands now, it looks like things are pretty in order, and let's see what happens.
And it's a minute past 12.
Yeah, so technically the 8th Parliament of the Fourth Republic
it stands dissolved. Yeah.
Dissolved.
Yeah.
So if you were calling yourself a member of Parliament,
forget,
and you have lost your seat, you are gone. In fact, all the people in there, they are no longer members of Parliament. Okay. They are MPs elect.
Yeah.
Okay. So at this point, we are waiting for the clerk to come in, and then proceedings will start. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's right.
In fact, within these few minutes, if anything happened and the swearing in, if anything happened and Parliament is disrupted, then we are no MPs in the country.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we are hoping that things will go as normal. Let's look at, whilst we are waiting for this to start, let's look at the incoming minority side, the leadership they have.
I just want to make a quick comment.
Yes.
You see, we need to take things like this very seriously.
Yes.
Because as you just heard him, you know, we don't control everything. And we are not asking that something bad should happen. By now, we should be working with time.
With time, yeah.
By 11:59, perhaps the clerk ought to have walked into the chamber, taking the clerk's table, and all the people, you know, will take their seats. And then at midnight, the process begins. We need to formalize some of these things and weave them into our DNA so that, you know, we don't leave things to chance. Because as he said, something happens right now. These are only MPs elect.
And do we know why there's a delay now? Because it looks like everybody, all the, you know, to be sworn in MPs are, you know,
the rule doesn't say that all MPs elect should be present. It says once there is quorum.
Okay.
Once there is quorum, and if you look at it, 276, in my respectful view.
In fact, there have been some occasions when MPs have traveled, and so on the day of being sworn in, they were not in. But when they come in, the speaker swears them in before they take their seats.
So we'll see how this goes. We can see in our picture before it was moved. So now we are seeing the current or outgoing Minister of Finance speaking with the current minority leader.
He's actually the outgone minister.
Yes, because it's been dissolved. Yes, it's 12. And then we see Afenyo Markin as well.
Yeah.
In former majority leader. Now minority. He wasn't, you know, made a statement that he didn't want to go to the other side because it was a care side.
No. I think let's contextualize that statement properly. It was an unfortunate statement to make, but what he said was that he was not the minority leader. He was serving as the majority leader. And while serving as majority leader, his seat was not on the other side. So he wouldn't want to take any step as to go and sit on the minority side, which in his view would bind he and his colleagues to that side in a future parliament.
I think the clerk is in. Beautiful. So we'll take the sound now from the chamber. So whilst they are preparing, I'm told their montage is still being played. So we can still. So you were saying that he was saying that because he's still the majority, they're crossing over to sit at the other side wasn't the right thing to do. Okay. So we have in our shots the clerk, right?
Yeah. So the gentleman to the extreme left in the colorful, the one who just took a bow. Is the clerk to Parliament, Ebenezer Ahuma-Jethro, previously a deputy clerk to Parliament, just recently elevated to the position of clerk to Parliament. Cyril, Nsia, took a bow after reaching the retirement age, and there was the need for the board to get a new clerk to Parliament. And
what goes into the selection of a clerk?
Well, normally interviews are hard, and it takes some substance. you need to know parliamentary rule and procedure, because technically your job is to advise the Speaker of Parliament on what the procedure is on matters. You need to understand how to administer this house, because you are the administrator.
So what's going on? They are now all standing.
Okay.
Let's pick the sound now.
Look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and a love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen.
Authority of Parliament. Once it is sitting upright, what it means is that Parliament is in effect in session. There are times that it will be tilted, which is to say maybe they are doing consideration of bills, in which case, you know, people can rise a number of times to make submissions and all of that. In those cases, the maids would not be sitting upright. But normally, when the House is in session, the authority of Parliament resides in that particular symbol that you see. Solid gold, we are told. That shows that the people of Ghana are sitting to decide their fate.
Okay.
Know ye all men, that in the exercise of the powers conferred on the clerk to Parliament, I, Ebenezer Ahuma Jethro, acting clerk to Parliament, appointed under Article 124 of the Constitution and pursuant to Order A2 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, do hereby appoint Parliament House, Accra, to be the place, and 12 midnight of Tuesday, the 7th of January 2025, to be the time when Parliament shall sit to elect a Speaker and Deputy Speakers for the administration of oath to the Speaker and members of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Signed, Ebenezer Ahuma Jethro, acting clerk to Parliament. Honourable members,
okay, let's
it is my honor to inform you that I have received from the Electoral Commission the writ of elections for the December 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, and I shall proceed to read the communication from the Electoral Commission. Let me indicate that the writs came in sequence. I have 3 writs of elections. Some are supplementary writs of elections. The first writ of election was issued dated 23rd December 2024, addressed to the clerk to Parliament. And it reads, Dear Sir, submission of writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on 7 December 2024. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and trust that this letter finds you well. I write to acknowledge receipt of your letter dated 17 December 2024 with reference number PS/CS/027/34 on the above subject matter. Kindly find attached the writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on Saturday, 7 December 2024 for 274 constituencies. Also attached is a schedule containing the names of the candidates elected pursuant to Regulation 43(2)(b) of the Public Elections Regulation 2020 CI 127. Please note that there are 2 constituencies which have issues with their coalitions. The Commission will notify you when the issues regarding the 2 constituencies have been resolved. So that is the first one. The second writ of elections was received on the 2nd of January 2025. It reads, the clerk to Parliament, Parliament House Accra, yes sir, submission of writ of elections for the Domi Kwabenya parliamentary election held on 7 December 2024. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and trust this letter finds you well. Following the completion of the collation of polling station results for the Domi Kwabenya constituency, kindly find attached the writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on Saturday, 7th December 2024 for the Domi Kwabenya constituency. Also attached is a schedule containing the name of the candidate elected pursuant to Regulation 43(2)(b) of the Public Elections Regulations 2024 CI 127. Signed, Samuel Tete, Deputy Chair, Operations. The third writ of elections was received on the 5th of January. 5th January. Also addressed to the clerk to Parliament, and it reads, Dear Sir, submission of writ of elections for Okaikwe Central, Tema Central, and Techiman South parliamentary elections held on 7 December 2024. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and trust that this letter finds you well. Following the completion of the collation of police station results for Okaikwe Central, Tema Central, and Techiman South constituencies, kindly find attached writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on 7 December 2024 for the above mentioned constituencies. Also attached is a schedule containing the names of the candidates elected pursuant to Regulation 43(2)(b) of the Public Elections Regulations 2020 CI 127. Again, signed by Samuel Tete, Deputy Chair, Operations for Chairperson. Honourable members, elect, by this communication, the writs are hereby tabled for the information of the entire House. Honourable members elect, Order A3 of our standing orders states that a clerk, as the presiding officer, shall conduct a roll call of the members of Parliament elect, and a member is expected to respond to the roll call. I now proceed to call out your names in alphabetical order. But before I do so, it is imperative to bring to the attention of Honorable members, a matter of concern. I say so because I know this is a matter which will come up on this floor. And so it is my noble duty, legally, constitutionally, and procedurally, to draw your attention for your. So I proceed, honorable members. I proceed. Two issues relating to two constituencies are outstanding. And the constituencies are Ablekuma North and Akwetia. Honorable members, would you kindly listen as we proceed? Ablekuma North and Akwetia. The case of Ablekuma North is known to all of us in this honorable house. We don't have writ of elections from the Electoral Commission in respect of Ablekuma North. And therefore, it is impossible to proceed with any matter relating to Ablekuma North in terms of roll call and in terms of the eligibility of a member for that constituency to participate in the election of the Speaker. In the case of Akwetia, the clerk to Parliament was served a process on the 3rd of January 2025 with an order of interim injunction from a high court in Koforidua. This order was served through the legal office of the Parliamentary Service. The order directed the respondents, including the clerk to Parliament, indicating that they are restrained from proceeding to call, admit, register, swear in, recognize, gazette the said Ernest Yao Kumi as the elected member for the Akwetia constituency. At the time of the receipt of the order, the Parliamentary Service had already completed the process of registration of Ernest Yao Kumi as member-elect. This is precisely because the first writ of elections that we received, Ernest Yao Kumi, was part of that process. So we received writ of elections in respect of Ernest Yao Kumi. And without the pendency of any suit, any process, the Parliamentary Service, in compliance with due process, had to register the member. So we did so. Subsequently, it has come to our attention. There's a restraining order of a court. Restraining not just a member, but a clerk to Parliament from proceeding with the registration of, from proceeding with the members' participation in the election of the Speaker. This is a matter that honorable members ought to know. Since it is a court order, which order restrains the clerk to Parliament as well from proceeding or dealing with a member in this matter, I find myself constrained. Honorable members, so I have brought this matter to the attention of the House. That is my pleasant duty to do. The member may decide, may elect to participate, but in doing so, I'm drawing attention to Article 105 of the Constitution, and I will read, a person who sits or votes in Parliament knowing or having reasonable grounds for knowing that he is not entitled to do so commits an offense and shall be liable on conviction to such penalty as shall be prescribed by or under an enactment of Parliament. Having done this, I have discharged my noble duty. I will end there. At this time, honourable members, I proceed. No, I am not sitting there.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, colleagues, please, let's make a headway. Mr. Chairman, we have heard you. This is a house of rules and procedure that is not in doubt. This is a house that relies on precedence. I just have a simple answer to the point you made, and I have the instructions of my respected colleague-elect, Honorable Ernest Kumi, and fortified by the precedents of this house, which precedent is dated 7th of January 2021. I simply, Mr. Chairman, the member so desires to proceed to be sworn in and to also participate in the election of the Speaker and bear the consequences himself.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, round members. And this time we shall proceed with a roll call. And I will invite the head of table to proceed with the.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, we do not want surprises. We do not want surprises. We do not want surprises. I am therefore, for the records, inviting you to respond to the position the honorable member concerned has taken, just for the records, because we don't want surprises as we proceed. So we want to know so that we take.
Honorable members elect, I have taken note of what the Honorable Minority Leader has said, we will proceed appropriately. Yes. Proceed. I have taken note of what the Honorable Minority Leader has said. The Honorable Member heard what we said. He knows the consequences of his actions and inactions. So we leave it there. We will proceed. All right. So, head of table.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you again for the opportunity to speak on this matter. Mr. Chairman, yes, the minority leader has spoken. He spoke for the member. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, since the member-elect is before this House, it will only be right for that member to speak for the records. Mr. Chairman, I say this because the court has issued an order. The said order has been served on the member and the clerk to Parliament. Mr. Chairman, you read to us Article 105 of the Constitution. The honorable member, the minority leader, took responsibility and spoke on behalf of the member-elect. We want to... Yes, I listened to him, I heard him. If he's taking responsibility, let the records reflect. Let the records reflect that the member-elect for Akwetia constituency has disregarded the court order, and the repercussions of Article 105 of the Constitution applies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We shall now proceed with a roll call. Yes.
We are proceeding with a roll call. When a member-elect's name is mentioned, the member must rise in his seat to be recognized. Thank you, honorable members-elect. Head of table, proceed with the roll call.
Khalid Mohammed Sharif, Ablakwa Samuel Okujeto, Abuaje George Kwame, Abuaje George Kwame, Abuaje George Kwame, Achampon Brian, Achampon Richard, Aqua Alexander Kwesi, Adam Hamza, Adam Mohammed Amin, Adams Abdul Salam, Adams Kofi Idi, Adams Mishab Mahama, Ado Ebenezer Kweku, Ado Kweku, Ado Yao Frimpong, Ado Kenneth Daniel Nana, Adi Frederick, Ejay Felicia, Adomako Ernest, Adongo Isaac, Educhum Yao Osei, Afenyo Sedem Kweku, Afenyo Markin Alexander, Afol Eric, Afol Kofi Bente, Efriye Nanayu, Efriye Frank, Agalga James, Agwana Eric Edem, Agbenyo Fred Kwesi, Agbeve Charles Akwesi, Agbenyo Fred Kwesi, Agbeve Charles Akwesi, Agboja Kwame Govins, Ejari Alexander, Ejekum Emmanuel Kwejo, Ajimai Prempe Eric Nana, Ajimai Kingsley, Ajimai Rollins Zaneto, Ajin Sam Lawrence, Ahinkan Frederick Yao, Ahi Samson, Ahiafo Bernard, Ahmed Ibrahim, Eidu Michael Kwesi, Akando Kwabna Minta, Akrugu Faustina Eliklim, Akwete Okli Felix, Alajos Seidu Al Hassan, Al Hassan Abdul Fatawu, Al Hassan Suini Sayibu, Al Hassan Umar, Amankwa Millicent Yabua, Amankwa Nicholas, Amankwa Menu Kofi, Amwa Stephen, Amwaku Andrew Esiama, Amwaku Jampo Rudolph, Ampa Bin Simon Treme, Ampofu Kwame Chumesi, Amprechum Sapon Kweku, Enim Ernest Yao, Ankoma Emilia, Anodompre Frank, Anyimedu Enchi Kwame, Anyimedu Enchi Kwame, Apak Clement Abbas, Apieje Patricia, Ahin Ebenezer Prince, Amable Nyameke, Arthur Emilia, Asamoah Fred Chey, Asamoah Vincent Topon, Asante Lawrence Koko, Asante Boatin Kweku, Asari Kwame Obain, Esiedu Aida Ajua, Asensu Boachi Francis, Ashi Alfred Nikote, Esiedu Charles, Asafwa Vincent Eko, Aworigo Simon Akibangi, Ewa Nane J. Bafo, Ewuku Samuel, Awuni Theresa Ladi, Ayamba Ladi Ayi, Ayariga Mahama, Aye Nana Asafwe J, Ayen Sudan Kwa Grace, Ayene Dominica Kritinga, Azuma Bandim Abednego, Azuma Joseph, Befi Michael, Batagli Mohammed Isa, Baudra Charles, Bawadua Charles, Bezra Emmanuel Kwesi, Bequin Frank Estiedu Bequin, Bessie Daniel Keshi, Beyo Titles Kofi, Bisu Mavis Kukwa, Boako Gideon, Boachi Yadom Patrick, Boa Emmanuel Kweku, Boa Ma Patrick Yao, Boatin Joseph Apia, Boatin Kwabna, Brahma Mohammed Bawa, Brefo Bright Asamoah, Boa Emmanuel Amakofi, Bachman Philip Fifi, Bukari Joseph Nikpe, Chiwete Andrew Dari, Kujo Comfort Doyo, Kujo Joanna Jan, Kujo Robert Wisdom, Dafia Mako Roxon Nelson Eche Kwame, Damwa Kwejo, Dan Abdul Latif, Dangbe Ernestina Ofori, Dapa Elvis Osei Mensa, Dapila Kletu Seidu, Dako John, Dako Mensa Kwabnotre, Dauda Collins, De Sebastian Fred, Jabab Nelson Kofi, Jogbadi Dorani Godwin Enimli, Dra Emmanuel, Dumelo John Seto, Jiwonu Laurentia, Enu James, Fatahia Abdul Aziz, Foko Trinebua Kodia, Fodro John Intim, Fomadi Jean Marie, Forsen Castle Atoba, Forsen Charles, Frimpon Nanampao Kwamiado, Frimpon Joseph, Frimpon Ohene Kwame, Frimpon Owen Kwame, good. Gakwe Kwame Jujoli, George Samuel Nate, Ganza Al-Hassan Kobna, Gomadoyao, Gomashi Jifa Abla, Jan Mensa Richard, Jechi Nasira Fra, Henry Bensel Godfred, Hotoje Alexander Roosevelt, Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, Ibrahim Azurera Mohammed, Idrisu Habib, Idrisu Haruna, Isa Atta, Isifu Mahmood, Jack John Kwame Ado, Jaja Yusuf Isaka, Joso Godfrey Seidu, Jinapo John Abdullahi, Jinapo Samuel Abdullahi, Kabiru Muhammad Tai Abdul, Kini Jeffrey, Kodia Kwame Apia, Kunedu Akwesi, Kosa Martin Kweku Ejei Mensa, Peli Wolase, Potosu Edem Richard Kofi, Kuma Joseph Kwame.
Present.
Kumi Ernest Yao. Kuri Richard, Kuyon Solomon, Kwenu Othniel Echo, Kwatin Kweku Ajimai, Che Shirley, Chiredria Dixon, Lamisi Akanvari Balidia, Labi Oscar Ofori, Latte Agnes Namumo, Lukuto Maxwell Kwame, Mahama Daniel Dang, Mahama Shaibu, Mafu Kofia Henkwa, Mensa Collins Adomako, Mafu Kofi Ahenkwa, Mensa Collins Adomako,
Miss Adomako Mensa Collins,
Mensa Isaac Ejay, Mensa Joseph Kwesi, Mijima Shaibu Nuren, Mills Samuel Atta, Mie Anthony, Muhammad Haruna, Muhammad Yakubu, Mubarak Seed, Mumuni Alasan, Muntaka Muhammad Mubarak, Inkwikara Suma Anthony, Nandaya Stanley Yao, Nanja Sanja, Napari Dominic, Nate Ayuku Benjamin, Nawani Mark Kurt, Indebila Ebenezer Alumri, Nichema Bila Alamzi, Nitiwu Dominic Bingham Aduna, Inkansabwedu Mavis, Nkrumah Kojo Opon, Nukua Pius Kwame, Nokwai Kofi Ako, Nogbe Ernest Henry, Notuko Toe Peter Kwesi, Intebe William Ayo, Intekuni Emmanuel Kofi, Intim Adelaide, Intosu Helen Ajwa, Nuruddin Mumuni Mohammed, Nyakote Albert Tete, Nyako Bismarck Tete, Nyako Isaac Boama, Nyako Kingsley. Nyako Thomas Ampim. Nyako Kwame Naminta. Nyindam Matthew. Oklu Linda Ohenewa. Odampton Isaac Asha. Oforiata Duke William Allen Kwame. Ofosu Felix Kwache. Ofosu Ejari Elizabeth. Okuno Phyllis Nakoyo. Onyina Champon Akwesi Jemfi. Opoku Davis Ansa. Opoku Eric. Opoku Isaac Yao. Osei Kennedy Nyako. Osei Ejay Nana. Osei Akoto Seth. Osei Akoto Seth.
Order what? Order what? Order what? Order what? Order what?
Osei Akoto Seth. Osei Asari Abena. Oti John Kwabena Bless. Oredu Charles Esuako. Owusu Gloria. Owusua Rachel Ama. Owusua Charles Francis Kwabena Brimpong. Peito Desmond de Graft. Pelpo Abdul Rashid Hassan. Pokwe Dusei Ralph. Kweisin James Jechi. Ramadan Mohammed Adamu. Ricketts Hagan George Kweku. Salam Damata Ama Epianima. Sandari Sebastian Meneso. Soya Queen Stapokwa. Sefer Richard Kwame. Seidu Haruna. Shaib Jerry Ahmed. Sosu Francis Xavier Kojo. Sowa Rita Nao Dole. Supari Mohammed Adams.
Absent.
Suleimana Adama.
Yeah. Absent. I'm here.
Suleimana Al Hassan. Suleimana Al Hassan Tampuli. Suleimana Yusuf. Tanko Mustafa Amaju. Taylor Isa Salifu. Taylor Abi Ebenezer Oklite. Tete Agotri Gisela. Tete Joycelyn. Tete Joseph Akwete. Tobin Emmanuel. Tofi Dorcas. Tobu Peter Lanshini. Ture Mahama Nasir. Chekpo Thomas Walanyo. Tubazu Abdul Rauf Tonjem. Sorry? Yusuf Mustafa. Vanderpoy Alfred Oko. Vondi David. Winsum Annaba Thomas. Yabua Frank, Yabua Kofi Obri, Yibo Isaac Awuku, Zidin Bid and Watazumo.
Thank you very much. Our members elect, we shall proceed in accordance with Standing Order 8.1 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. I am satisfied that quorum is present in this House to enable me proceed to conduct the election of the Speaker. In doing so, I would like to draw your attention to Article 95(1) of the 1992 Constitution, which requires that a Speaker of Parliament be elected by members of Parliament from among persons who are members of Parliament or qualified to be elected as Member of Parliament. I also want to refer you to Order 7.2, which states, a person shall not be proposed for election as Speaker unless the person has given a written consent to the clerk to be nominated as Speaker. It is also important to draw your attention to Standing Order 8.5 of the House, and I beg to quote, where only one person is proposed, the person shall be declared elected and conducted to the chair without any question being put. A member-elect addressing the clerk shall propose a person to the House as Speaker of Parliament and shall move that the person do take the chair of this House as Speaker, which motion shall be seconded without debate or remarks. Honourable members-elect, I now invite nominations for the election of the Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I come under Order 8.4. Mr. Chairman, I beg to read. A member-elect addressing the clerk shall propose a person to the House as the Speaker of Parliament and shall move that the person do take the chair of this House as Speaker, which motion shall be seconded without debate or remarks. The Chairman, I move that Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbe do take the chair of this House as the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbe is a teacher, a lawyer, a politician, a statesman, a result-oriented and transformational leader. He was elected as Speaker of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic on the 7th January 2021, thus becoming the first person ever in the history of Ghana and the Parliament of Ghana to be elected to the high office of the Speaker of Parliament from a political party that is neither in government nor controls the majority of seats in Ghana's Parliament. He was called to the bar as barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Ghana in 1982 and engaged in private legal practice between 1983 and 1993. He later established a law firm in 1994 called the Law Trust. Right Honorable Speaker entered the University of Ghana in 1977 and graduated in 1980 with a Bachelor of Arts degree in Law and English. He proceeded to the Ghana School of Law in Accra, where he was called to the bar and became a solicitor and advocate of the Supreme Court of Ghana. Honorable Babin later earned a postgraduate certificate on privatization of public utilities at the Eastern and Southern African Management Institute, Tanzania, in the year 1999. He also has an executive master's in governance and leadership from the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, JIMPA. Right Honorable Bagbin entered Parliament on the ticket of the National Democratic Congress in 1993. He won 7 consecutive parliamentary elections. He was Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker decided not to contest as a member of Parliament at the end of his term of the 7th Parliament of the 4th Republic in the year 2021. He was elected Speaker of Parliament of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. Within these years, spanning some 28 good years, Honorable Alban Kingsford Babin served on various parliamentary committees and chaired several of them. He served as the minority leader from January 2001, a position he held for 8 good years until he transitioned to the majority leader and leader of government business in the year 2009. Honorable Bagbin again served as the Minister of Water Resources, Works and Housing, and later the Minister of Health between 2010 and 2013. In 2014, he returned to the House as the majority leader and leader of government business for the second time. He was elected the second Deputy Speaker in January 2017 for the duration of the 7th Parliament. He was a member of the task force responsible for the President of Ghana's priority project in health, education, and transport from 2013 to 2017, famously referred to by Ghanaians as the 3 wise men. Right Honorable Speaker also served and continues to serve on several boards and international organizations. This includes, currently is the chairman of the Parliamentary Service Board of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana that dissolved today. He was a member of the Parliamentary Service Board for the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Parliament, and he was also in attendance as a member of the Parliamentary Service Board for the 7th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. He was a member of the African, Caribbean, Pacific, and European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly, the ACPEU, at Belgium between 2013 and 2015. He was again a member of the International Council for Parliamentarians for Global Action. He is again the founding member, Global Organization for Parliamentarians Against Corruption, GOPAC, between 2004 and 2014. He was a member of Parliamentarians for Global Action, again between 1994 to 2017. He was the Vice President of CPA between 2021 to 2022. Currently the President, Conference of Speakers, and President of African Legislatures. He's a member, International Advisory Council for Global Governance in Washington, and a member of the International Council for Political Renewal, again in the United States, Washington. For his outstanding leadership and lifetime of dedication to public service, both in Ghana and abroad, Speaker Babin was awarded Doctor of Law Honoris Causa, LLD, by the University of Professional Studies, UPSA, in the year 2017. Right Honorable Speaker has won a significant number of international and domestic awards. He's a strong advocate for gender and social inclusion, women's rights and empowerment, and equitable representation in Parliament in all decision-making across the country and globally. He's also noted for his principled, courageous, firm, decisive and resolute personality. Right Honorable Bagbin is a man of high integrity and a Democrat par excellence. Mr. Chairman, Speaker Bagbin has championed several institutional reforms and the welfare of members and the parliamentary service during his first term as Speaker. In addition to this, he is the first Speaker of this House to demystify Parliament by taking the institution to the doorsteps of the people of Ghana. He is married with 2 kids. I so move. Thank you.
Any seconder? Our minority leader.
Chairman, it is my distinct honor to rise to second this motion ably moved by my respected colleague, Dr. Kesil Atoba Fossa. But before I second this motion, before I second this motion, under the rules of this House, which secondment requires that there should be no need for remarks or debate, I shall address some preliminary matters before. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this House is an independent constitutional body. The mandate given to us to elect a Speaker is engraved in the provisions of the Constitution, in particular, Article 95 of the Constitution. The Speaker he hasn't called.
Mr. Chairman, your guidance will be needed in this matter. This is my 4th term in this House, and this is the first time in the history of this Parliament. Our standing orders are very clear. When you rise to second a motion, there must be no remark, no debate. What the minority leader, who has not told us if it is now spiritually okay for him to sit in the minority leader's chair, I don't know what his spiritual advisors are telling him now. He cannot be violently violating our standing orders with such impunity. We cannot accept it. So, Mr. Chairman, please, we invite you to ensure that this solemn occasion proceeds with respect for our Constitution and the standing orders of the House. If you have some, you call it preliminary remarks, you can do that out of the confines of the motion and secondment. You are minority leader. You are well within your right to make your preliminary remarks after. You cannot be violating our standing orders. Please, let's be careful the precedent we set. This is so bizarre. It's never been seen in this House. So, respected minority leader, please. And, Chair, I'm getting the impression that the clerk is allowing the minority leader to dictate the pace. Please, let's see your authority. We will not accept this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, honorable member.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Honorable members, thank you very much. The Honorable Minority Leader indicated that he's aware of the rules of engagement regarding seconding the motion nominating the Speaker. That should be without debate or remarks. And I believe the Honorable Minority Leader will do exactly so. Honorable Minority Leader, you may proceed without debate or remarks. Honorable Minority Leader, you have the floor. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I do not want to take issues with my respected colleague, Honorable Ablakwa. I will always want to respect his views. But I love debate, and I would want us to go into the issues. I kept quiet. You are impatient. I kept quiet for you. Let's have some decorum. Mr. Chairman, my practice at the bar is always a guide for me. I said I have a preliminary matter to raise. In law, Mr. Blakwa, you pay attention. This is a matter of law. This is a matter of law. This is a matter of law. Law, pay attention. When Mr. Chairman, I said I have a preliminary matter, I meant to say that I had to deal with the preliminary matter before I get to the stage of seconding the motion. And that is allowed. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, this house is a house of rules and procedures. Mr. Chairman, before I proceed, let me put on record that the minority leader is a distinguished lawyer of repute. And indeed, Mr. Chairman, I will refer the House to the rules of this House, and specifically to Order 8, Rule 4. And Mr. Chairman did refer to it, which reads, with your permission, and I quote, that a member-elect addressing the clerk shall propose a person to the House as the Speaker of Parliament and shall move that the person, quote, do take the chair of this House as Speaker, end quote, which motion shall be seconded without debate or remarks, end quote. Mr. Chairman, my colleague, brother and friend, the Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa, made the point rightly that in seconding the motion for somebody to take the chair, one is not entitled to make remarks or debate. But Mr. Chairman, we all heard the venerable, distinguished, astute lawyer, minority leader, Honorable Afenyo Makin, loud and clear. Mr. Chairman, he said, and I quote him, before I second the motion, and end quote, before I second the motion. Mr. Chairman, he had not seconded the motion. And he did go a step further. Mr. Chairman, he did go a step further to say, before I second the motion, I would like to make some preliminary points. And so, Mr. Chairman, I will pardon my friend and brother, the Honorable Kujitu Ablakwa. He is not a lawyer. And therefore, by a basic rule, Mr. Chairman, by a basic rule or canon of interpretation, even a lay person will appreciate that the distinguished minority leader is yet to second the motion, and therefore he's entitled to make the preliminary points he sought to make. So let the minority leader make those points. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, we shall proceed with seconding of the motion. And honorable minority leader, please proceed. Brevity is the rules of the game.
Mr. Chairman,
Roxy, sit down.
Mr. Chairman, to rise to second a motion is a voluntary act. If he's not interested in seconding the motion, he should sit down. I rise to second the motion. The motion is therefore seconded. Thank you very much.
No. Which one? You are not sure. What happened? You don't know what happened. Mr. Chairman.
Honorable members, minority leader, just a minute. Would you kindly resume your seat, minority leader? Minority leader, I'll give you the floor. All right. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, the honorable minority leader was on the floor before the other honorable member interjected. The rules of the House, honorable members, honorable minority leader, please continue with the seconding of the motion.
Mr.
Please
Chairman.
second the motion. Please second the motion.
Mr. Chairman, our Constitution, Article 95, provides that there shall be a Speaker who shall be elected by members of Parliament from among persons who are members of Parliament or who are qualified to be elected as members of Parliament. Mr. Chairman, I have in my hand a statement issued by the office of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, titled President-elect Mandate NDC Parliamentary Leadership to nominate Right Honorable A.S.K. Bagbin as Speaker of 9th Parliament. It reads, the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has in consultation with the National Executive and Parliamentary Leadership of National Democratic Congress, mandated the nomination
Mr. Chairman,
of the Right Honorable Abansuman Kingsford Babi as Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this letter is signed by Mr. Felix Ofosu, Kwachi Ofosu, as Special Aide. Chairman, the preliminary issue I'm raising is to the effect that the nomination
Mr. Chairman,
only requires the consent
where from
of
that
the
letter?
person to be nominated.
Where from that letter? That letter, where is it from?
Situation where
it must not be tolerated.
That the executive now directs that a member should nominate would make this arm of government
is the House of Records.
An appendage of the executive. Mr. Chairman,
where from that letter?
Is the objection that I have. Having made that point,
where from that letter?
I need, Mr. Chairman, to also draw your attention.
You see, Sammy,
to the fact that
been vindicated.
in 2001, 7 January, when Right Honorable himself, as minority leader, was seconding the motion ably moved by J.H. Mensah for consideration of Alajete as the speaker. These were his observations, and I read from column 4 of the Hansard of 7 January 2001. I quote, ASK Bagwin, NDC, Nadole Kalu North, as he then was. He says, Mr. Chairman, I rise to second the motion urging this House to accept the nomination of Mr. Peter Alajete as Speaker of the 3rd Parliament of the 4th Republic. He goes on to say, Mr. Chairman, in doing so, however, I would want to register the displeasure of the minority side on how this issue has been handled. Mr. Chairman, it is part of the rules of democracy for us to be heard. I am not opposed to the motion, but my concerns must register for Hansa. And the man that we are proposing for the high office of Speaker himself has set a precedent where in seconding Alajete, the chair allowed him to raise his concerns. Let us tolerate each other. I am here with his own records. Mr. Chair, my contention basically is that in view of the improper consultation, from the majority side in this matter, and in view of the fact that, Mr. Speaker, the executive in a public statement is directing the honorable majority leader to nominate a person. I hold the view that
honorable minority leader.
No, I have to come in. There is no any executive.
Honorable minority leader.
There is no any executive.
Minority leader. Honorable minority leader.
There is no any executive.
Honorable minority
Which
leader.
executive?
Honorable minority leader.
Weapon. There is no executive.
Recognize honorable members' intents. But let me make a point. Honorable minority, I am the chair of these proceedings. Let me make my point. Honorable minority leader, there are extraneous matters which I believe should not be part of this process. You were to second the motion. The other information you were tendering, the other information you were providing is not an information which is before this House. It is not part of the process for consideration for nomination of the Speaker. So, in seconding the motion, these matters ought not to have been brought to the floor of the House. Let me make that point. In doing so, I recognize Honorable Muntaka, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Chair, ordinarily I would not have reason to speak, but because we have rules and you have a leader grossly abusing it, I need to draw his attention. Aside Order 7, I want to refer the minority leader to our standing orders 11510. And in 11510, it says, and I read, under rules of debate, and I read, a member seconding the motion or an amendment shall state, Mr. or Madam Speaker, I beg to second the motion or amendment, except that this may be without limiting the right of the member to speak later at a later stage within the debate. Most importantly, Mr. Chair, 11, it says, a mover of a motion or amendment may speak in support of the motion, but subject to these orders, no further, and that's where the emphasis is, no further debate is allowed until the motion or amendment has been seconded. So while you are saying, yes, it's within your right as a member, and even when you go to Order 8, after seconding and the motion is taken, before the Speaker is called to take the chair, the standing order allows a member to get up and make other comment before that chair. So all we are saying is that in what you are doing, you are abusing the rules. You can second the motion, let the motion pass. If you have something to say, you get up and you cut out the chair, and then you'll be allowed to speak. So with this, you are abusing our rules, and we need to draw your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Minority Leader, I take it that you have seconded the motion. If you haven't seconded the motion, Honorable Minority Leader, you will second the motion. You will not proceed on any other matter apart from seconding the motion. So long as I remain the chair of these proceedings, you will not do any other thing apart from seconding the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I have heard Honorable Muntaka. I disagree with him, but I'll reserve that for another day. Mr. Chairman, with the greatest respect to you, wait, Mr. Chairman, with the greatest respect to you, a preliminary matter is a preliminary matter. Having raised them, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, having raised them, I shall proceed, therefore, to second the motion moved by my legislator colleague.
All right. The motion for the nomination for consideration for election to the office of the Speaker has been moved and ably seconded. Earlier, I drew attention to the relevant provisions of the standing orders, which requires a consent letter from the person nominated. Let me indicate, I have in my hand a consent letter addressed to the Clerk to Parliament, Parliament House Accra. Attention, Mr. Ebenezer Ahuma J. Written consent to be nominated as the Speaker. Pursuant to Order 7.2 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, I hereby consent to be nominated to be elected as the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Your cooperation is highly solicited. Signed, Right Honorable Aban Sumana Kingsford Bagby. So we have the consent letter. Having secured the consent letter, yes, it is appropriately tabled. It is appropriately tabled. Yes, together. Yes, together with all. Yes. All right. Thank you very much, honorable members. At this time, I want to find out, is there any other nomination? No. All right.
Mr. Chairman, in response to your question, our side has no other nomination. Just for the record, we do not have any other. Why are you scared? You think we want to pull a fast one on you? Why are you scared? Mr. Speaker, why are they scared? We are not pulling a fast one on you. We will not. Are you sure you don't have any other nomination yourself? Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from our side. Mr. Chairman, have patience for the process. Our side, the MPP minority, has no other nomination. But we want to find out from the backbench whether they have any other nomination. They should tell us. Whether they are only relying on the president-elect's nomination or they have another one. They should let us know.
There be no other nomination. I hereby duly declare Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin as having been elected members, we will continue with proceedings. May you humbly resume your seats. All members, please resume your seats. Now, we will invite the sponsors to conduct Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin to the chamber. As Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin is being conducted into the House, I shall invite the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Justice Tokonu, to proceed to the days for the administration of oath.
Channel 1 Television. We're bringing you live pictures from Parliament. The 9th Parliament of the Republic is sitting as we speak. They are electing a new speaker to govern the affairs of this legislature for the next 4 years. And as you just saw in your pictures, the Right Honourable Speaker of the 8th Parliament
has been renominated, and that renomination seconded by the minority side, and the House is currently waiting for the sponsors of the motion inviting the House to have Speaker Bagbin put back into the chair. They're seeking to conduct him into the chamber. They would do that for the Chief Justice of the Republic, Esaba Tokonu, to do the official ceremony of having to lead the oath ceremony, which is required by the provisions of both the standing orders of Parliament and then the Constitution of the Republic. It is only after that that the Speaker can move on, or the new Speaker can move on to perform the role of Speaker of the Republic. Mind you, these provisions in both the standing orders and then also the Constitution of the Republic are cardinal, because as you do know, the Speaker is the third in line to the throne of the presidency, so that you can see presently the Chief Justice of the Republic is walking into the chamber of the House together with the husband, Mr. Tokonu, and you can also see the Judicial Secretary being part of what is happening there in a one handshake now with the Clerk to Parliament, Ahuma Jetro. And I must say that it is only when the Speaker takes the necessary oath that he would be made to assume the role of Speaker of the Republic. And that effectively puts him in readiness to assume the role of acting president, if you like, pending the inauguration of the president-elect together with the vice president-elect of the Republic. So as you can see in your pictures, members of Parliament are currently waiting for the Speaker to be conducted into the chamber in order for the official oath to be sworn, and for him to in turn swear members-elect of Parliament into office, and then there will be the election of the first and second deputy speakers of Parliament, and then we'll hear formal communication, which will be the acceptance speech of the Speaker before the House would subsequently hear from the minority leader and then the majority leader before proceedings will be suspended, only to be reactivated later in the day at the Black Star Square, where the House will be sitting or resuming sitting in order to allow for the inauguration of the president-elect and then also the vice president-elect of the Republic. And I'm talking about John Dramani Mahama, who is returning after an 8-year hiatus, having been voted out in 2016. And you can see the Right Honorable Speaker Albert Bagbin, Speaker of the 8th Parliament, currently an ordinary citizen, just having been re-elected Speaker, moving into the chamber to take the necessary oath of office before performing the functions of Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Right. He is in suit.
Yeah. So that's some interesting sights and sounds we are seeing from Parliament House. Former Speaker and now Speaker again, Bagbin, coming in to be sworn in to take the role again as Speaker of Parliament. It's been an interesting one, seeing the Clerk of Parliament being heckled by both sides over some
Her Ladyship,
the Honorable
Chief Justice, to administer the oaths of allegiance and the oath of office of the Speaker to the Speaker-elect. Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice, may proceed to the days for the administration of the oaths.
the Chief
Honorable
Justice.
Speaker, we will start with the oath of allegiance. Do kindly say after me.
I, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagui,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Republic of Ghana
to the Republic of Ghana
as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God.
So help me God.
Now we will have the Speaker's oath. I,
Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagui,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established, that I will uphold the integrity of the Republic of Ghana, that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge my duties as Speaker of Parliament, and that I will uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and that I will do right to all manner of persons in accordance with the Constitution of Ghana and the laws and conventions of Parliament without fear or favor, affection or ill will. So help me God. Ayiko. Yes.
So there are two separate documents from which he read.
Yes.
And you find those in the second schedule of the Ghanaian constitution.
Okay.
First of all, pledging allegiance to the Republic and then taking the Speaker's oath. He now has to endorse them.
There's those two.
To show that yes, you have signed into being what you have said.
Mm-hmm.
That is the record, so that if something happens tomorrow and they want to hold him responsible on the basis of what his own words were tonight, that will be a record showing exactly what he did this very morning.
Okay, so that's what he's appending his signature to, with the Chief Justice looking on.
Yeah,
you also have the clerk.
Yeah, and you'll find these copies properly filed at the appropriate, quarters.
Where it should be.
Yeah.
But before we got to this point, there were some interesting developments we saw with the minority leader trying to make some preliminary statements before endorsing the speakership.
Yes, so the minority leader, if you heard him, was simply seeking to replay what the Honorable Bagman did in 2001 when the nomination was made of Peter Alajete, who had just, moved from being the chairman of the MPP to becoming a nominated candidate for the position of Speaker.
Yeah.
And in that year, the Honorable Bagbin, who had just been elevated to become the minority leader, was raising concerns about how the process was handled. Because he said that it was only during the day that the nomination was being done that the minority side had become aware that it was going to be the Right Honorable Peter Alajete, and that there was not a proper consultation with his side. He also thought that a former chairman of the MPP...
Richard, hang on. I think the Chief Justice... Yes.
The Speaker, God bless you.
So from here, what next? We see the Chief Justice moving on, going back to her seat, and then we're seeing, take us through what we're seeing now in terms of procedure.
That is the ceremonial robe of the Speaker. When we transition from being a colony of the folks from Britain, they left us with what they were using as the symbol of the Speaker's authority. If you watch what happens in the House of Commons in the UK, from which we copied a lot of our rules and practices, this is how the Speaker would normally dress to preside over proceedings.
Right.
So when they left this with us.
Okay.
You would note that Speaker Bagbin, during the course of his speakership, the last time around, modified how the Speaker should look like in the eyes of the people of Ghana.
That's
and also
right.
During proceedings of the House. You saw him in the Avakate.
Yeah.
You also saw him in northern attire, in some cases sporting, things or clothes worn outside the borders of Ghana.
Yeah.
And then also the Ashanti way of dressing.
And all that.
All of that. So that is effectively what has been done. He has gotten into his official attire as Speaker of the Republic, and he will now properly, so-called, assume his role as the Speaker.
All right, so let's listen to him.
Honorable members, order.
Muslim. Oh, okay.
Honorable members, it's now time for us to move to item 5 on the order paper. Right Honorable Speaker delivers acceptance speech. Honorable members, I proceed to deliver my acceptance speech.
They're now going to swear in the MPs by the Speaker, right? Or
Yes.
what?
Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice. Justice Mrs. Gertrude Araba Isaba Saki Tokunu. Honorable members of Parliament elect, Your Excellencies, Speakers, and Presidents of legislatures present. I'm aware we have a number of them with us today. Your Excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps present, our most revered spiritual and traditional leaders of the country, chairmen and executives of political parties present, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great humility that I accept the high and privileged office of the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana, having had the same honor to be Speaker of the 8th Parliament. I am grateful to the Almighty God for His grace and mercies for me to achieve this rare feat. To Him be all the praise and honor. Honorable members of Parliament-elect, I am very grateful for the privilege and confidence you have reposed in me to be Speaker and to head this honorable House once more. I also express my gratitude to the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, for the trust and confidence in me and my leadership of the House, and for recommending my candidature in consultation with the leadership of the great National Democratic Congress to be elected Speaker of this Parliament. I came to the Speaker of the 8th Parliament with my experience as the longest legislator of the House. I now come to the 9th Parliament with just not that background, but now with the experience of 4 years of speakership of a very difficult hung parliament. I promise to bring all these experiences to bear in guiding this House to perform its mandate with efficiency, diligence, and above all, with a sense of being the bulwark of democracy in Ghana. To the good people of Ghana who continue to hope for a better Ghana, I urge you to support your parliament and be interested and engaged with the work of parliament. As the standard orders of parliament direct, after we have performed this duty of electing me as the Speaker of Parliament, I will have the singular honor and duty to also proceed to perform the other duties imposed by the standing orders of the House. That is, to swear in the members elect and proceed to supervise the election of 2 deputy speakers of the House. Once again, I am very grateful for this great honor. I thank you so much. Honorable members, we now proceed to item 6 on the order paper, taking of oaths.
So, Richard, I believe he has accepted the position And his next move is to swear in the MPs. And Honorable Law, this is to both of you. Is that the case?
Yes. So having now accepted his election as Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic, his next role is now to swear into office the various MPs elect. That would then mean the House is now ready to elect a first Deputy Speaker and then subsequently a second Deputy Speaker, after which there may be comments from both sides of the House. The leadership would have a few things to say about the Speaker before we bring proceedings to a suspension, only to resume subsequently later during the day at the Blackster Square. So that we can swear in our newly elected president and his vice president elect.
Okay. I believe he's back on the floor. Appears to be holding him up now.
Well, you know, the various MPs have to sign their names into the oath document that has been shared. And then also they have to be given the appropriate symbol, religious symbol that they intend to use for purposes of taking the oath. Yes, okay. Because if you are Muslim, you don't have to take the Bible.
Yeah.
If you are from the traditional
well, what do they give them?
Oh, no, you do have a message.
Okay, but I realize he used the Catholic one. That's to mean the speaker is Catholic. Is that the case?
He's Catholic. So you saw him with a cross.
Yeah.
Generally, all others would take the Bible. Generally, unless you have a particular reason to want to basically raise your hand and do that. And then also, if you are Muslim, you go with the Quran. Or the scriptures that you intend to commit your life to and your office to, and subsequently there will be the swearing in ceremony. You can see the families, if you like, relations of all the MPs elect. Chiefs are also here to observe this all-important ceremony.
And I believe
I'm sure Honorable Judge Lowe is replaying in his mind what happened some 8 years ago.
Yeah, sure. And, you can also send your mind to those who did not have the privilege of being sworn in this evening with the resolution of the 8th Parliament.
Yes. Those who lost.
And you wonder how they are thinking, even as they watch from home. And they will start now thinking about their future and the next steps.
Whether they'll try
so
again.
Everybody in there has a bit of, their share of what is going on.
How was that experience for you like? Because you came in hardworking member of Parliament, fantastic, at committee work, and then also on the floor, helping your constituents, and for some reason the primaries did not go your way, and you must have been watching proceedings like this.
Well, yes, but the good thing about our time was that you lost your primaries about a year to the general election, so you would have sufficiently processed these ones, internalized them, and gotten over largely the facts, and of course you would have decided your next steps. In fact, by this time I had already started active legal practice, so you woke up on the day after the swearing in and you could appropriately dress and show up in court, and so that helped a bit. But for those who do not have anything to fall back on, I'm sure that it will be a very traumatic time, and I experienced that with some of our colleagues
We see that the MP elect for Akwetia is going ahead to be sworn in. What are the legal implications for him?
Well, I think let me ask my colleague Salom to take this one if there are further comments. Yes. So the question is, what are the implications for the MP elect for Akwetia, who has decided, at least from the communication we heard from the minority leader, to take part in proceedings, in other words, to be sworn into office as Member of Parliament, although he had been warned, first of all, that constitutionally he is a stranger in the House and ought not take part in proceedings, and secondly, that there is pending, or the Parliament has received a document from the courts indicating there is a freezing order to the effect that he should not take part in today's proceedings.
Well, I mean, it's obviously an act in contempt of the court, and particularly given that this conduct has been given a constitutional mention, makes it even tricky for him. When you look at Article 105 of the Constitution, for example, it says which the chairman...
Hold on, we'll come back to
President to be sworn in. I notice a number of members have moved out of the chamber. And if you are not sworn in, you remain member-elect.
I mean, so the reading of Article 105 of the Constitution says a person who sits or votes in Parliament knowing or having reasonable grounds for knowing that he is not entitled to do so commits an offence and shall be liable on conviction to such penalty as shall be prescribed by or under an Act of Parliament. So in the first place, he is aware that he is not supposed to be sworn in, he is not supposed to be there, and he is there taking part in the process. So that is quite clear. Beyond all of this, it is contemptuous for the court, and the court has its own ways of punishing or sanctioning acts like this.
The presence of some important dignitaries in the House. We have the spouse of the Chief Justice of us, Mr. Francis Tokonu, apart from my spouse, Madam Alice Adjoa Yunus. We also have His Excellency Adama Bitogo, Président Assemblée Nationale de Côte d'Ivoire. As you know, he's a very dear friend and brother of mine. You are most welcome. We also have the Right Honorable Nagbekun, Speaker of the Liberian House of Representatives. We have His Excellency Fortune Zifamia Charubira, Speaker of the Pan-African Parliament. We have Honorable Ajaratu Traore Coulibaly, Second Deputy Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament. We have the Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia. He is ably supported by the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress in the person of Honorable Fifi Fiavi Kweti. We have the Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Information, Broadcasting, Cultural Affairs, and Tourism Committee, and also the Vice Chairman of the Maritime Committee in the person of Senate Abraham Darius Dillon. I'm sure you can see the galaxy of our kings, our queens, our queen mothers in the public gallery. And I see your lovely, the term I use here is spouses of members of parliament. And those who actually lead us spiritually. We have a lot of religious leaders with us. So those of you who go quoting the holy books, whether the Holy Quran or the Holy Bible, please kindly take note and don't mislead when you are quoting. We have a number of the members of the diplomatic corps with us. On your behalf, I warmly welcome all of you. Now I can see that all members are present. Honorable members, members-elect actually, in accordance with Article 100 of the 1992 Constitution and Order 13.1 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, I shall proceed to administer the oaths to you, members-elect, and you may swear on the Bible, the crucifix, or the Holy Quran. Alternatively, a member-elect may make and subscribe to a solemn affirmation. May I now kindly request members-elect to rise in their seats. I intend to commence with the oath of allegiance. Honorable members-elect, you shall repeat after me. I do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana, as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God. We shall now proceed to the oath of a member of Parliament. And once again, you repeat after me. I, having been elected a member of Parliament, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established, that I will uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge the duties of a member of Parliament. So help me God. Honorable members, you may now resume your seats. Honorable members, you may now resume your seats. Please resume your seats. Honorable members, resume your seats. Honorable members, before I congratulate all of you on the assumption of office as members of Parliament, it is important I remind you of the crucial role of political leadership in development. Honorable members, it is very important for you to keep uppermost in your mind the crucial role of political leadership in the process of national development. Society develops or fails to develop depending on the extent to which its political leadership is intelligent, creative, skillful, committed, and has the capacity to enlist support, induce loyalty, and to inspire confidence. Today, we are now the political leaders of Ghana. And this onerous responsibility rests with us. I know together we can do it. We have no alternative than to coalesce together to develop Ghana. With this, I thank you for your patience and attention. I will, on behalf of your constituents, the good people of Ghana, and our beloved Mother Ghana, congratulate you all for this achievement. I'm aware of what you went through before you got elected to this house. And I trust that you will not abuse the trust and confidence of the people. With this, honorable members, you are all to sign the oaths and submit the signed copies to the marshal. Please, you can do that now or later. Honorable members, happily, your new standing orders is in print, and you'll be giving copies soon. May I now have the guidance of the leadership of the House, whether there's any more item for us to take, or we should call it a ninth.
Honorable George, I thought the next thing, okay.
And leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may we please proceed to item 7, the House elect deputy speakers. Item 7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, is that the sense of the House? We shall now proceed to item 6 to elect the 2 deputy speakers of the House. Any nominations?
Right, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to Article 96 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and the Standing Order 12 of this House, I hereby nominate Honorable Bernard Ahiafo for consideration by this August House as the first Deputy Speaker of this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahiafo is a distinguished lawyer with 23 years of experience at the bar. He is currently an NDC Member of Parliament for Akachi South constituency. In the 8th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, he was a respected member, ranking member for Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahiafo comes from Atijive in the Akachi South municipality in the Volta region. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahiafo was born on the 6th day of February 1973. So he is over 52 years today. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honorable members, any seconder?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by Honorable Member of Adaku, Honorable Kwame Abuja. I so move.
I hope, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I hope this time around there will be no theatrics, and so I'll proceed. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. I proceed to put the question. Honorable members, can you hear me? Honorable members, there being no other nomination, I proceed to declare Honorable Bernard Ahiafo, Member of Parliament for Akachi South constituency, duly elected as the first Deputy Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana.
That's why they need to it's the same way. We should find them. I am for now. So we are so saying Kakot now. Shanzano.
Honorable members, may we now proceed to the election of the second Deputy Speaker. Any nomination? Yes.
Speaker, I rise with respect to nominate Speaker, I rise to nominate the Honorable Andrew Esiama Amoako for the position of the second Deputy Speaker. Speaker, the Honorable Amoako Esiama is a respected surveyor, a lawyer, an educationist, and to top it up, a politician. In environmental law, degree in conflict, peace and security. He also holds a bachelor's degree in land economy and law. Speaker, the Honorable Esiama is proudly married with 5 children. All of us, most of us in this chamber can testify that in the 8th Parliament, the Honorable Esiama has played the role of deputizing you on many occasions, especially occasions where the House has come to some form of tension. He has dispensed his job and himself creditably. Speaker, let me also say that I have in my hands a letter of consent of the nominee. And so I shall rely on this, and without adding more, I so move. Speaker, I'm grateful.
Honorable members, any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, having regard to Article 96(1)(b) of the 1992 Constitution, noting the election of the first Deputy Speaker from the NDC party, I beg to second the motion. Thank you.
Yes. There being no other nomination, I proceed to declare Honorable Asiema Andrew Amwako, Member of Parliament for Formina constituency, duly elected as the second Deputy Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. Honorable members,
they wanted to bring our image. But we told them to bring the other people. They wanted to bring our image. Yes.
Honorable members, this is the first sitting of the first meeting of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. So I understand, but let it be known that it's unparliamentary to clap in plenary sessions of this House. You don't clap. You say, yeah, yeah. You have to control your emotions. It's a learning process, and so it's important I draw your attention. Let me now happily bring to your attention that the people who made me possible to get to these heights have come in their numbers from the beautiful constituency, the Nadolu-Kaleo constituency in the Upper West region. And so I have a number of my hard-working constituents at the public gallery. I think it's important you thank them on my behalf for what they've done for all these years. I'm extremely grateful to all of them. Now, with your kind indulgence, I will proceed to suspend the sitting of the House to 10 in the forenoon, when we shall all reconvene at the Independence Square for another important activity. Honorable members are expected to be seated by 9 in the forenoon. Proceedings will commence at 10 prompt. With this, the sitting honorable members, I've been given further information that in view of the numbers expected at the Independence Square, you are all urged to convene in the presence of Parliament, where there will be some buses to convey you to the venue, that is the Independence Square. And so you are expected to be here before the 9 in the forenoon. Please, let's be time conscious in this matter. With this, I proceed to suspend the sitting, and that is the first sitting of the first meeting of the first session of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. The House and sitting is accordingly suspended.
Proceedings have come to an end.
Suspended, actually.
Suspended, adjourned to tomorrow
Yeah.
for the inauguration.
It's not adjournment. This
Okay.
is suspension.
Suspension, okay. To tomorrow.
No, today.
So that's okay, of course. We are. My thing is, it's like 11 or 10 o'clock
Yeah,
at
that's
night.
right, that's
But
right.
it's around, what's the time? 2:34, moving into 3. So
Yeah.
this morning has taken off, and at 10, we'll see them together with President-elect, and then the inauguration proper will happen of President-elect. But some interesting developments we've seen. We've seen the 2 people that will be supporting the speaker to do the work. Is there any surprises there? I believe I have all of you said is likely to be the one to be chosen. So I think the name that wasn't really reiterated here or reinforced there was Isiama. So any surprises there for you? Let me start with you,
because
Stan.
I actually broke the story about the fact that he was likely to be retained as the deputy speaker, the second deputy speaker. Of course, some NDC people disputed the publication, that the grassroots people are not happy and they will not allow that to happen. But look, I mean, this is Parliament. You cooperate with each other. Horse trading is done. You reach out to the other side, so that level of cooperation will continue for the next 4 years. Of course, there'll be areas of disagreement, and you should expect that. Of course, we saw that with the objection or the preliminary issues that the minority leader raised. So I am not surprised that he's been made the second deputy speaker. Of course, he's done the job over the last 4 years. We do know the circumstances under which he was thrown out of a previous parliament by the Right Honourable Michael Quay. Unfortunately, that decision was not challenged as of that time. This time around, when the Honourable Bagbin threw him out, the majority leader at the time decided to challenge it, and he was restored by the Supreme Court. He went on to win re-election and is back, and is now a deputy speaker in the 9th Parliament, and congratulations to him.
All right, Honourable Georgilo, your thoughts on Isiama?
Very, very interesting and very intriguing story about Honourable Isiama. If you that trajectory as a member of Parliament, having been thrown in and out and in, and now has gotten a second bite at the deputy speakership. I wish him well. But it also tells you that until the final dust settles, in politics, you can't predict anything. Yeah. For many, I'm sure many out there, they would be surprised that this has happened. But as I told you, Parliament is about consensus building. And so I believe that some backroom conversation has been had, and leadership have decided that they would give a bite of the cherry to the other side, so that together as a people, together as Ghanaians, we proceed to do. But interesting times, as I promised you, it wasn't without ceremony. The elections have been done, but we thank God this year has been much, much, much better than the fisticuffs
than what we saw some 4 years back.
4 years back. So it's all well and good. We pray that in the next few hours, would continue, the House will reconvene at the Independence Square, and the other processes that Parliament needs to do as to the swearing in of the President-elect will be carried out, and we'll proceed from there.
Okay. Salam, let me take your thoughts on the new Speaker, the two others.
Well, I think it's been well and nice. An expected team. So Speaker Babin, yes, we knew this was going to happen. Benana here for great one, and then Esiama, who has been there before. So this is a repeat for him as well. I think it's a good team, and we hope that together they will be able to steer the affairs of the House properly. I only wish that in this era of affirmative action, it would have been nice to see a woman in one of the deputy positions. That would have been the icing on the cake. But, I mean, the women in the House are few. Perhaps this would have encouraged more people. I don't know. But it would have been nice to have a deputy speaker being a lady. But be that as it may, it's a nice one. And I hope they are able to help Speaker Babin steer the affairs of the House. Hopefully, there will be fewer acrimonies in this particular House, because they will not be haggling over numbers like we saw the last time. Last time we saw the Supreme Court having to decide what the fate of a deputy speaker was in times when that deputy speaker was presiding and all of that. All of those things happened because of the numbers. This time around, of course, it has come to stay. Deputy speakers will have to vote, but I'm not sure it will be a contentious matter anymore, because that has been decided. So it's good. I hope that this Parliament lives to the billing and does well, and that's what the Ghanaian
to celebrate both sides of the House, because I mean, if you listen closely to the walls of the two sides, there were hawks who were insisting that the deputy speaker position, second deputy speaker position, should not go to the MPP. Let's show them. They did it to us. Let's get at them and all of that. But I think moderates have prevailed, and also particularly because there were those who wanted to take out Bagben, and the president had to issue that letter, which he ought not a letter, a statement, have issued, because it created a certain impression. But I want to talk particularly about Bernard Ahiafo, because he occupies currently in Parliament a seat that was occupied previously by the Honorable Bagben's deputy in the minority in those years, the Kufuor years. The Honorable Do Ajaho, who was then the Member of Parliament for the Avenor constituency, was Bagben's deputy. Now, Bagben was elevated to become his minority leader in the new parliament formed in 2001. He previously was a whip in the majority. Somehow there were changes, and then he eventually became Bagben's deputy minority leader. Now, if you look at the current parliament, Bagben is now the speaker, and the man who now occupies his seat in parliament, I'm talking about Honorable Ajaho's seat in parliament, is now the first deputy speaker. Is it not interesting? As fate will have it, of course, some would say that the Honorable Ajaho is vicariously in parliament or through his successor, but it's a beautiful thing. It tells you that Honorable Bernard Ahiafo has also lived up to a certain expectation, because it is certainly not an easy shoe to fill. The shoe of the Honorable Do Ajaho, a former whip of the majority side, a former, deputy minority leader in Parliament, and subsequently became the Speaker of Parliament. It's not an easy shoe to fill, but it will seem that he's done a passable job, and the party has rewarded him with a powerful position, sitting just below the Speaker of Parliament in the order of how leadership is ranked in the House. And that, I should say, should be an inspiration for any young man watching from the Akachi South constituency or any other constituency in this country, that it is possible to get there. It takes hard work, dedication to the cause of a party to actually make it. Congratulations to him.
And Honorable George Lowe, this is a good reward for the Volta region, isn't it?
Yes. Sure, I mean, Volta is happy with this. We know we'll get more, but at least for now, we've started well. First Deputy Speaker is no mean a position, and so we are happy. But let me just add a bit to what Richard has said. I think that the message more, in as much as it's a motivation to the young people, I believe that when given opportunity, you must, as it were, walk the ropes properly. I remember that, Honorable Do Ajaho mentored Bernard Ahiafo very well. Whilst we were in Parliament, he gave him quite a lot of opportunity, and he also really learned the ropes. So some of us are not surprised that today it's paid off, and that should go to all the other leaders of Parliament. When you have the opportunity to mentor young ones, you do it so that tomorrow, even whilst you sit at home and sip your cognac or something, you look out there and you are excited that something that you've started or somebody you've motivated, has. And let me say, people will not be happy, but this is a young man. When Do Ajaho had to be elevated to he had won the elections, he was a MP elect. When he was elected Speaker, against all odds, he handpicked Bernard, and he said that it was because he thought he was a lawyer and was capable of living up to the billing. It has paid off, and so Volta is all the better for it, and we are excited to have one of our own.
All right.
In that
okay.
position.
Salam, you have the final word.
Yes. Interesting. I mean, speaking of coincidences and motivations and all of that, I mean, yes, I have a great guy, but I want to talk about Esiama. He is the second Deputy Speaker of Parliament. He was the guy who was kicked out of Parliament by Michael Kwe, and everybody was happy. And when he wanted to repeat itself, and again, because of the numbers, they ganged up against Babin and the NDC caucus. They went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court delivered a verdict favorable to him. He's in Parliament now. In that Parliament, that contentious Parliament, as a way of placating him, they found a way of making him the second Deputy Speaker. Now he's repeated that, which is quite interesting. And for me, the second Deputy Speaker, talking about coincidence, the second Deputy Speaker position is interesting. If we recall, Michael Kwe was second Deputy Speaker of Parliament. He later on became Speaker. Babin also was second Deputy Speaker of Parliament. He's gone on to become Speaker and repeated it. Siama too was second Deputy. He's second Deputy again. Perhaps, who knows what the future holds. So what it means is that when people disregard you, when people reject you, you have to keep faith, keep doing what you are doing, and the stone that the builders reject indeed will become the cornerstone. That is the story of Esiama. So the point here is that don't be dismayed, don't be downhearted, keep doing it. If you have conviction, keep going at it. Don't take no for an answer. Don't allow yourself to be cheated. Do what you feel and you are convicted is right, and I'm sure it will pay off.
All right, gentlemen, we have to end it here. Thank you so much, Richard Delasky, the Honorable George Lowe, Selma Dono. Earlier, we saw Bernard Avler also coming through. This brings to an end our special coverage of the dissolution as well as the inauguration of the 9th Parliament. In a few hours, approximately around 5 hours, we'll bring you our second coverage of the events around after the elections, which will be the inauguration of the President-elect John Mahama. We'll start that coverage at 8 a.m. on TV as well as on radio, 97.3 FM and Channel 1 TV. You want to stay with us throughout. But thank you so much for being with us. We'll see you in a few hours. Goodbye. My name is Vivian Tailoko.
Are you ready for a show that the whole family can enjoy? Join us on our fun educational adventures as we discover interesting places, meet amazing people like a pilot, a soap maker,